Chapter 1187. Cheongchi Copper Sword Sangjia stood up and announced in a clear voice, "The first round has ended. Now, we will proceed to the second round. The rules of the second round are also very simple. The winners will fight in pairs, and the losers will be eliminated. Because there are 5 people, one of them will definitely be given a bye. The 4 great mansion masters of the Great Frame Mansion, the Great Han Mansion, the Great Tang Mansion and the Great Chu Mansion did not say anything. They stood numbly in their seats without making a sound. This was because practically all the geniuses from their 4 great manors had been eliminated in the first round. The remaining ones were basically the geniuses from the Great Zhou Mansion, the Great Qin Mansion and the Great Song Mansion. The Great Zhou Mansion's Zhou Bin and the Great Qin Mansion's Qin Xian naturally did not have any objections. Now, let's begin drawing lots. Only one person will be the champion of the hero gathering this time. Whoever wins will obtain the right to gather the map fragments from the prefecture that person belongs to. After Sangjia finished speaking, he waved his sleeve and 5 light sticks flew out from his hand. Extremely intimidating light exploded from the eyes of the 5 people standing on the stage. One by one, they extended their right hands and received the exposed light sticks into their palms. Zhuowen beckoned with his right hand and received a light stick. After flipping it over, he was astonished to discover that the light stick he had drawn was actually an empty stick. In other words, he was the one who had been given a bye this time. The 5 of you can reveal your light sticks. Among these 5 light sticks, one of them is an empty stick. Which one of you has obtained it? Sangjia asked in an indifferent voice. When these words were spoken, the gazes of quite a few people gathered on the 5 people below the stage. Being able to draw an empty stick was undoubtedly extremely good luck. After all, they did not need to fight this time. Being able to maintain their peak condition for the next battle was extremely beneficial to the 5 of them. Zhuowen did not conceal anything. With a flip of his right hand, the light stick was brought out and he said, "The empty stick is in my hand." Because of Zhuowen's action, the surrounding atmosphere also became quiet. Obviously, no one had expected that the lucky one to draw an empty lot would be the one with the lowest cultivation among the 5, Zhuowen. Many people sighed at Zhuowen's good luck. On the other hand, the other 4 geniuses in the arena looked straight ahead. They did not care that Zhuowen had drawn an empty lot. After all, Zhuowen's cultivation was at the peak of the Heavenly Master realm. He posed no threat to the 4 of them. From the beginning, they had already ignored Zhuowen's existence. Sangjia was stunned at first, but then he smiled and said, "Zhuowen, since you have drawn the blank lot, you can come down first." Zhuowen nodded his head and leaped down, returning to the Great Song Manor's seat. As soon as he returned to his seat, Yao Zhisheng's mocking voice sounded out again, "Yo. Your luck is pretty good. You were actually able to draw an empty lot. Looks like you can still stay in this hero assembly for a while." Zhuowen completely ignored Yao Zhisheng's sarcastic eyes. He walked past him, came to the corner of his seat, and stood quietly. Tsang Dai, who was standing on the other side, walked to Zhuowen's side. With a sweet smile on her face, she said softly, "Zhuowen. Your luck is pretty good. You were actually able to draw an empty lot. However, I think that even if you did not draw an empty lot, you should still be able to advance to the next battle, right?" Hearing this, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and took a deep look at Tsang Dai. This woman's cultivation did not seem high, but her eyes revealed the brilliance of wisdom, which made Zhuowen's heart faintly raise a trace of vigilance. This Tsang Dai was not simple. How can Miss Tsang Dai be so sure? I am only a peak heavenly venerate. How can I compete with those Emperor Realm cultivators? Zhuowen smiled faintly. Because you look too calm. There can only be 2 reasons why you can remain so calm while standing beside 4 Emperor Realm geniuses. The first is that you are deliberately pretending, and the second is that you have a certain level of confidence. Confidence requires great strength to support it. Moreover, I can't see any signs of you pretending. Song Dai softly smiled. Zhuowen glanced at Song Dai and said, perhaps. At this moment, the four people on the stage had also revealed their respective glowing lots. The great Qin Manor's Qin Lei against the great Zhou Institute's Zhou Hui, and the great Tsang Manor's Tsang Yang against the great Zhou Institute's Zhou Chang. When these matchups were revealed, Tsang Jia frowned slightly. He did not expect Tsang Yang to face Zhou Chang so early. Zhou Chang was the #1 genius of the great Zhou Institute and had entered the first layer emperor realm a year earlier than Tsang Yang. Moreover, it was said that Zhou Chang had previously been in seclusion in the great Zhou Institute and had only recently emerged. No one knew how strong Zhou Chang was now. Therefore, when he saw Tsang Yang against Zhou Chang, Tsang Jia's brows were tightly knitted together as a trace of ominous feeling rose in his heart. Although he was worried about Tsang Yang, Tsang Jia also knew that since his opponent had already been decided, it naturally could not be casually changed. Thinking of this, Tsang Jia's right hand reached out into the void. Immediately, a terrifying mighty force burst out from his sleeve. This mighty force was very frightening. When it acted on the stage in the air, it immediately split the huge stage into two. The two stages quietly and magnificently floated 100 meters in the air. Swoosh swoosh. Zhou Hui and Qin Lei leaped onto the stage on the left, while Zhou Chang and Tsang Yang leaped onto the stage on the right. For terrifying emperor auras, like towering mountains, caused the surrounding atmosphere to immediately freeze. At the same time, the winds and clouds in the sky changed. For emperor stars of different colors descended below and landed around the four figures. For different types of star power diffused outwards, appearing very dazzling. Now, let the battle begin. Tsang Jia said indifferently. Immediately, for terrifying yuan qi fluctuations burst out from the two stages. What followed was an intense collision. Every time Emperor Realm cultivators clashed, the aftershocks would have a terrifying power that could shake the heavens and the earth. On the stage, when everyone saw the Emperor auras diffusing from the stage, their hearts trembled and their eyes were filled with reverence. Qin Lei and Zhou Hui's cultivation and strength were about the same, so the two of them clashed fiercely. It was almost a head-on collision, and it was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. After dozens of rounds, both of them took out their respective emperor weapons. Qin Lei's weapon was a long golden spear that was about 10 feet long. The tip of the golden spear was in the shape of a snake, and the body of the spear was covered with golden lines like a golden python. Zhou Hui's emperor weapon was a large bronze bell. When he punched the surface of the bell, a deafening sound was produced. Moreover, the sound waves of the bell also had a terrifying offensive power. Boom! After taking out their emperor weapons, the collision between Qin Lei and Zhou Hui became even more intense. The surging yuan qi fluctuations caused the stage under their feet to shake violently. Traces of cracks appeared on the surface of the stage, as if it would shatter at any time. While Qin Lei and Zhou Hui were clashing fiercely, on the other stage, Zhou Chang and Tsang Yang were facing each other. Tsang Yang looked at Zhou Chang fearfully. When Zhou Chang had broken through to the Emperor realm, Tsang Yang had only been a late-stage heavenly master. Now that a few years had passed, he naturally didn't believe that Zhou Chang hadn't improved at all. He even suspected that Zhou Chang had broken through to the second heaven emperor realm. However, what puzzled him was that Zhou Chang's aura was still around first-level emperor realm. This made Tsang Yang hesitate. Zhou Chang's hair was as black as ink, and his eyes were like stars. He had a tall nose and an imposing appearance. He was like a treasured sword that revealed its sharpness. He was like a rare dragon that only appeared once in 100 years. Just by standing there quietly, he could involuntarily attract everyone's attention. At this moment, Zhou Chang slowly walked over. His eyes flashed with sharpness as they fell on Tsang Yang. He said indifferently, "Tsang Yang, go ahead." Tsang Yang frowned slightly and snorted coldly. He took a step forward and 9 exploding golden stars surrounded his body. Then, Song Yang whistled like a storm and instantly appeared in front of Zhou Chang. His right hand formed a claw and pressed down on the void. Suddenly, a violent wind blew and the 9 exploding golden stars smashed down one after another like 9 meteorites. Zhou Chang's eyes were as calm as still water. He took a step forward and waved his right hand. Instantly, the 9 bronze stars floating in the void behind him began to move in a strange trajectory, forming a huge bronze giant. The bronze giant punched out. Boom! 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 Song Yang's 9 exploding golden stars exploded into countless golden dust under the bronze giant's punch. Song Yang's expression changed drastically and he took a few steps back. Boom! 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 The bronze giant followed closely behind. Its fan-like hand descended from the sky and grabbed at Song Yang again, trying to grab him. Song Yang's eyes turned cold. He flicked his finger and a snake-shaped halberd landed in his palm. Then, he twisted his right palm and the snake-shaped halberd shot out like a drill. The halberd pierced through the bronze giant's palm. Break! Song Yang shouted in a low voice, and the great halberd in the shape of a snake burst out with a blazing green light. This green light turned into a huge green python, and this python stuck out its tongue and coiled around the bronze giant. Crack! The giant green python possessed an extremely terrifying entanglement ability. This entanglement ability possessed the strength of 1,000 caddies and it ruthlessly restrained the giant green python. Soon after, the sound of bones cracking was emitted. The bronze giant had actually been directly shattered by the giant green python's entanglement. Swoosh! When the bronze giant was crushed, the light in Song Yang's eyes became even more intense. He took a step forward and the snake-shaped halberd landed in his palm. His entire body rushed out like a butterfly. The sharp whistling sound produced by the halberd rubbing against the air was ear-piercing. Zhou Chang frowned slightly. Clearly, the destruction of the bronze giant was beyond his expectations. He snorted coldly. He knew that Song Yang's snake-shaped halberd was a genuine emperor weapon. If he did not use his emperor weapon, he would be at a disadvantage. With a flick of his finger, a bronze longsword appeared in Zhou Chang's right hand. The longsword was made of bronze. The bronze longsword's hilt was carved with the head of a strange beast. The strange beast opened its mouth as if it wanted to swallow the entire bronze sword. This is the Cheong Qi bronze sword. It has merged with a strand of the essence blood of the ancient fierce beast, Cheong Qi. It contains a strand of Cheong Qi's ferocious power. You will still lose. Chapter 1188. A slight possibility. This roar had the power to shake the heavens and split the earth. The entire arena shook violently as a ring-shaped sound wave spread out. It swept out at the speed of sound and instantly enveloped Song Yang. Dragon Snake Evolution. Song Yang's face changed slightly. He stepped to the side and waved the snake-shaped halberd in his right hand. Suddenly, a powerful qi burst out and formed a strange creature that looked like a snake but wasn't a snake. It looked like a dragon but wasn't a dragon. This dragon snake's body was extremely huge, nearly 100 feet long. Its huge body was wrapped in layers, enveloping Song Yang's entire body. Its bright scales formed an extremely strong defense. Boom! Boom! The ring-shaped sound wave spread out and landed heavily on the dragon snake's body. However, it was completely blocked by the dragon snake's tough scales. When the sound wave disappeared, the dragon snake slowly separated, revealing Song Yang, whose face was somewhat pale. Interesting. Song Yang, it seems like you're about to reach the second level of the Emperor realm. Zhou Chang smiled as he looked at Song Yang. Song Yang was not excited by Zhou Chang's praise. Instead, his eyes darkened as he said coldly, "You broke through?" Zhou Chang didn't say anything. Instead, he smiled confidently and asked, "What do you think?" As he spoke, Zhou Chang took a step forward. An aura that was even more terrifying than before swept out. This aura was like 10,000 horses galloping, like a hurricane, like a tsunami, like the dark clouds in the sky, crushing down. It was as if an extremely terrifying mountain was pressing down on the entire arena. Zhou Chang's long hair fluttered in the wind, and his sleeves fluttered in the wind. He gave off a dignified aura without being angry. His eyes were as dazzling as the stars in the night sky, and the light from the 9 emperor stars was much more intense than before. It was as if Zhou Chang had become a different person in an instant. Tang! Sanjia suddenly stood up and muttered with an ugly expression, "Zhou Chang has reached the second level of the emperor realm." Has he really reached the second level of the emperor realm? Everyone in the great Song mansion was shocked. No one had expected that Zhou Chang had been hiding his aura all this while, pretending to be a first heaven emperor realm expert. Now that he had unleashed his aura, Song Yang was going to suffer. In the Institute of Great Zhou's seating area, Zhou Bin crossed his arms, a smile on his face. Zhou Chang had emerged from seclusion 3 months ago. At that time, he had already successfully broken through to the second layer of the martial emperor realm. The reason why he had pretended to be a first-layer martial emperor was to create this effect under such circumstances. Zhou Bin also knew that once Zhou Chang revealed his second heaven emperor realm cultivation, the victory of this hero assembly would definitely belong to his great Song manor. Thinking that he would be able to obtain the complete map of the great devil sect ruins, Zhou Bin couldn't help but feel excited. Although he knew that after the ancient ruins, of the ancient ruins 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 of the ancient ruins. The complete map of the Great Devil Sect ruins represented that one had the greatest chance of obtaining the greatest benefits from the Great Devil Sect. Therefore, this was the main reason why the 7 great mansion masters were rushing over like ducks. On the stage, Zhou Chang stood quietly. His eyes fell on the pale-faced Song Yang as he said indifferently, "You should give up now. You should know the difference between the second heaven emperor realm and the first heaven emperor realm." Song Yang's eyes flickered and his face was filled with unwillingness. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he took the initiative to charge towards Zhou Chang with the snake halberd in his hand. "Although you have reached the second heaven emperor realm, I won't give up without trying." Song Yang's cold voice rang out as he arrived in front of Zhou Chang in an instant. Then, he swung his right hand forward and the dragon snake behind him roared. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Zhou Chang whole. "Is this your final struggle?" Zhou Chang shook his head and a mocking look appeared on his face. Then, he slashed out with the bronze sword in his right hand. At the same time, he took a step forward with the bronze sword. Green sword shadows shot out like thousands of arrows and landed on the dragon snake that was charging towards him. Bang! 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 Then, a dazzling ball of light exploded. When the ball of light disappeared, Zhou Chang took a step forward. At this moment, the dragon snake was covered in wounds after being attacked by the sword shadows just now. Swoosh! Swoosh! Zhou Chang slashed out with the bronze sword in his hand. The green sword light was like a green crescent moon as it slammed heavily on the dragon snake's chest. The green sword light paused for a moment before it pierced through the dragon snake's chest without any hindrance. Puff! The green sword light swept past and the dragon snake seemed to have frozen in midair. Then, it let out a sorrowful cry and shattered into countless light spots. Bang! The sword light was like a rainbow as it passed through the dragon snake and continued to rush towards Tsang Yang at the back. Its speed had risen to the limit. Tsang Yang's face was dark as he took a step forward. With a twist of his right hand, the snake-shaped halberd in his hand suddenly shot out. The halberd's forked tip suddenly blocked the sword light. Boom! An explosion rang out and Tsang Yang was forced back dozens of steps until he reached the edge of the stage. Terrifying yuan power had shattered the sword light. However, Tsang Yang was not in a good condition either. His face was as pale as snow and a trace of cherry-red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His right hand, which was holding onto the snake-shaped halberd, was violently trembling. "Didn't I tell you before? You are struggling before your death. If you had given up earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer such pain." Just as Tsang Yang stabilized his body, an indifferent voice rang out. Tsang Yang's heart trembled as he suddenly raised his head. He saw that Zhou Chang had unknowingly appeared above him. The bronze sword in Zhou Chang's right hand suddenly slashed out. The green sword light swept out vertically and ruthlessly smashed down. Bang! Tsang Yang raised both of his hands, and the serpentine halberd attempted to block the attack. Soon after, the sound of metal clashing rang out, and the serpentine halberd was directly sent flying. Tsang Yang spat out a mouthful of blood, and heavily smashed down from the stage, landing outside of it. The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground rang out, causing the originally quiet stage to become even quieter. Everyone's gaze first fell on Tsang Yang, who was lying on the ground. Then, they shifted their gaze to the stage. Zhou Chang's robe and messy hair were fluttering in the wind. The slightly stagnant atmosphere did not last for long. Then, there was a burst of gasps. Zhou Chang was terrifying. Tsang Yang was the #1 genius of the Great Tsang Mansion and a genius at the peak of the first-level Emperor realm who had touched the second-level Emperor realm. However, he was defeated by Zhou Chang in just a few moves. Zhou Chang is so terrifying. It seems like the winner of the hero competition will be Zhou Chang. Everyone looked at Zhou Chang with eyes filled with respect. Tsang Jie's gaze was extremely gloomy. The other people who belonged to the Great Tsang Mansion also fell into silence. For a moment, the Great Tsang Mansion seats were extremely solemn. Tsang Jie let out a low sigh. He waved his sleeve and brought Tsang Yang, who had fallen to the ground, back. Tsang Yang's current condition was quite miserable. His robe was torn in many places, his hair was messy, blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth, and his gaze was slightly unfocused. "Mansion Master. I'm sorry." As soon as he landed, Tsang Yang quickly knelt on the ground with one knee and lowered his head. Tsang Jie waved his hand and said helplessly, "It's not your fault. Zhou Chang is indeed too strong. After all, the former has advanced to the second-level Emperor realm. With your current cultivation, it's not possible for you to be his opponent. Now, you should go down and recuperate." Tsang Yang nodded and walked slowly to the back seat. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to recuperate from his injuries. This time, his defeat was not unjustified. No one had expected Zhou Chang's cultivation to have reached the second-level Emperor realm. Therefore, Tsang Jie felt somewhat helpless. Bang! Not long after Tsang Yang's defeat, another miserable figure fell from the stage. This person was dressed in golden robes and had a somewhat sinister gaze. It was the Great Qin Mansion's Qin Lei. Qin Lei's opponent, Zhou Hui, was not in a good condition either. His body was covered in wounds, and he was panting heavily. His clothes were tattered. Although Zhou Hui had won, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Given his current condition, he probably did not have the strength to fight another match. The Great Qin Mansion's Mansion Master Qin Xian's face was a little purple. With a wave of his sleeve, he brought the extremely miserable Qin Lei back to his seat. After losing a portion of his yuan power, Qin Lei's condition had improved a lot. "Ha! Tsang Jie, I think there's no need for the next round. The results are already very clear. My Great Zhou Mansion has won both rounds. This map fragment should belong to my Great Zhou Mansion. Zhou Bin's laughter was exceptionally loud. His ear-piercing voice resounded throughout the entire stage, causing many people's eardrums to hurt. Although Zhou Bin's loud and clear voice made quite a few people unhappy, what Zhou Bin had said was indeed the truth. There were only 3 people left, Zhou Chang, Zhou Hui and Zhuo Wen. Zhou Chang and Zhou Hui were both geniuses of the Great Zhou Institute, while Zhuo Wen was only a genius of the Great Tsang Prefecture. More importantly, Zhuo Wen was only a mere peak heavenly venerate. Let alone Zhou Chang, who was a second-level emperor, Zhuo Wen was probably not even a match for Zhou Hui, who was a first-level emperor. Looks like the Great Demon Sect's map fragment will have to be handed over to the Great Zhou Mansion. Yao Zhisheng softly sighed. That may not be the case. Isn't there still one more person from our Great Tsang Mansion? Zhuo Wen hasn't even gone up yet. Tsang Jie's clear voice suddenly rang out. However, her words drew mocking laughter from many people. Among them, Yao Zhisheng sneered as he cast a sideways glance at Zhuo Wen, who was silently standing to one side, and chuckled, "Junior sister Tsang Jie, do you really think highly of this guy? He's only a peak heavenly venerate. What power does he have to turn the tide? He will only embarrass the Great Tsang Mansion if he goes up." Tsang Jie also shook her head slightly and sighed softly. Yao Zhisheng is right. Zhuo Wen's cultivation is indeed a little low. Even Tsang Yang has been defeated. The victory belongs to the Great Zhou Mansion. Chapter 1189. Chaotic mortal world. A trace of astonishment flashed across Tsang Jie's eyes when he saw the smile on Zhuo Wen's face. On the other hand, Yao Zhisheng took a step forward and pointed at Zhuo Wen as he said, "That's enough. With your cultivation, you will only be making a fool of yourself. You can afford to lose face, but our Great Tsang Manor can't. Do you really think you're a god emperor?" Boom! Just as Yao Zhisheng finished his sentence, a golden light burst forth, bringing with it an unparalleled aura as it slammed into his chest. Yao Zhisheng's expression changed slightly as he raised both of his hands. The yuan force in his body circulated crazily as he pushed both of his hands in an attempt to block the sudden golden light. Crack! The crisp sound of bones cracking abruptly rang out. Soon after, Yao Zhisheng let out a miserable shriek as he was sent flying from his seat and heavily smashed into the ground below. Zhuo Wen silently withdrew his fist and stood there, looking down at Yao Zhisheng who had fallen onto his seat. That streak of golden light was the result of Zhuo Wen's Buddhist power. After cultivating the Great Sun Nirvana to the point of immortality and indestructibility, Zhuo Wen's strength had increased by hundreds and thousands. A mere peak heavenly venerate was indeed unable to cause any harm to him. Yao Zhisheng's hands were practically twisted and trembling. His gaze towards Zhuo Wen was already filled with fear. How did Zhuo Wen's strength become so terrifying? A single punch was enough to cripple his hands. Was this still the strength of a peak heavenly venerate? Tsang Jie looked at Zhuo Wen in astonishment. Evidently, the ease with which Zhuo Wen had defeated Yao Zhisheng was somewhat out of his expectations. Manor Master. Don't tell me you don't even dare to try. Zhuo Wen suddenly smiled. A blazing light flashed in Tsang Jie's eyes when he heard these words. He slapped his thigh and said, "Since you have such intentions, I'll accompany you in your madness. Go up and give it a try this time." At this moment, Zhou Bin in the Great Zhou Institute seating area was already somewhat impatient. He stared at Tsang Jie and said, "Tsang Jie, the situation is already very clear. How long do you plan to drag this out?" Many people below the stage also looked at Tsang Jie in astonishment. Evidently, their thoughts were similar to Zhou Bin's. The situation was already very clear and there was no need to hesitate. Tsang Jie slowly stood up and said indifferently, "Zhou Bin, the hero assembly isn't over yet? Why are you in such a hurry?" Zhou Bin's eyes darkened when he heard these words. He coldly said, "What do you mean by this? Don't tell me you still intend to fight? With the little peak heavenly venerate beside you?" Sanjie didn't say anything, but Zhuowen stepped out and came to the arena. He said loudly, "I haven't been eliminated yet, have I? Why are you in such a hurry? Sanjie. Everyone below the stage was stunned when they heard that. On the stage, Zhou Hui and Zhou Chang also focused their gazes on Zhuowen, whose aura was at the peak of the heavenly exalt stage. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. In the Great Zhou Institute seating area, Zhou Bin was first taken aback. Soon after, he laughed heartily as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. You plan to continue fighting. You, a peak heavenly venerate, plan to fight the first-level heavenly venerate Zhou Hui and the second-level heavenly venerate Zhou Chang. The other cultivators in the Great Zhou Institute seating area also laughed without the slightest restraint. Even many of the spectators below the stage laughed along. Everyone believed that Zhuowen was absolutely crazy. A peak heavenly venerate actually planned to fight two heavenly venerate emperors, one of whom was even a second-level heavenly venerate emperor. You're just an ant who overestimates himself. On the stage, Zhou Hui, who was originally sitting cross-legged and recuperating, slowly stood up. The gaze he used to look at Zhuowen became extremely dark. Zhou Chang silently stood on the other side. He only glanced at Zhuowen once before no longer paying any attention. He did not even place a first-level heavenly venerate emperor in his eyes, let alone a mere peak heavenly venerate like Zhuowen. Sanjie coldly said, "Zhuowen is right. He has not been eliminated. The following battles still need to continue." The laughter in the surroundings gradually died down after hearing Sanjie's words. Although many people did not quite understand Sanjie's actions, this hero assembly was ultimately organized by him. The decision was still in Sanjie's hands. Since the Great Song Manor still wants to continue, let's continue. Zhou Bin crossed his arms and sneered. Sanjie nodded. Soon after, he waved his sleeve and 3 more light sticks shot out. Zhuowen, Zhou Chang and Zhou Hui each took a light stick. Zhuowen flipped his right hand and saw the word on the surface of the light stick. His luck was clearly not the same as the previous time where he had drawn an empty stick. Those who have drawn an empty stick, show me your empty stick and step out. Sanjie indifferently said. Zhou Chang slowly stepped forward. The light stick in his hand was completely blank. Evidently, the empty stick had landed in Zhou Chang's hand. Then you can step down first. Sanjie nodded. Zhou Chang naturally had no objections and slowly walked down the stage. However, when he passed by Zhou Hui, his soft voice sounded, "Against an ant like this, be quick and decisive. Finish him off as soon as possible." Zhou Hui nodded and laughed sinisterly. "Don't worry, Brother Chang, I will finish off this ant in one move." Zhou Hui's voice was not soft. Perhaps he had purposely raised his voice so that Zhuowen could hear him. Zhou Chang nodded and took a step forward. He left the stage and landed in the Great Zhou Institute seating area. His hands were behind his back as he silently watched everything unfold on the stage. Overestimating yourself. So what if you have strength that far surpasses an ordinary peak heavenly venerate? A heavenly venerate is still a heavenly venerate. At this moment, Yao Zhisheng had also returned to the Great Song Manor seating area. His gaze was dark and cold to the extreme. He had completely lost face this time. Both of his hands had been crippled by Zhuowen in a single move. This was a vicious slap to his face. Although his hands had already been repaired, the humiliation of being slapped in the face was something that he would never forget. Song Yang, who was seated at the back, merely took a glance at the arena before he continued to recuperate in a disinterested manner. His thoughts were the same as Yao Zhisheng's. They both believed that Zhuowen was overestimating himself. On the stage, Zhuowen's gaze was indifferent as he asked, you plan on finishing me off in one move? Zhou Hui's hands clenched as he chuckled, one move is already too much for me. Overestimating ant, get lost. With a low roar, Zhou Hui's feet pushed off the ground as he shot forward like an arrow. The howling wind was like the wild neighing of horse hooves. When he was within 5 meters of Zhuowen, his fists came from both sides and hammered towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. The 7 murders blade in his right hand was unsheathed. Massacring aura was released as 8 blood seas revolved around his body like 8 blood-colored armor. Boom! Zhou Hui's fist was stopped in front of the blood-colored armor, causing Zhou Hui's brows to furrow slightly. With a cold snort, the yuan power on his fists grew even more terrifying. Crack! The blood-colored escape armor instantly shattered, and the pair of fists continued to press down on Zhuowen, who was within the blood-colored escape armor. However, Zhou Hui was stunned to discover that his fists had struck empty air. There was no one behind the blood-colored escape armor. Destruction of life. At this moment, an indifferent voice came from behind Zhou Hui. Zhou Hui suddenly turned his head and saw Zhuowen's cold gaze. With 3 pairs of lightning wings on his back, Zhou Hui raised the 7 murders blade above his head and slashed downwards. Rumble. A thunderous sound rang out. Following which, a blood-colored blade shadow that was dozens of feet long descended from the crack in space and fell towards Zhou Hui's head. Zhou Hui was caught off guard. He could only raise his hands and the surging palm energy in his palm spat out, forming a flickering green shield in front of him. Bang! The blood-colored blade shadow heavily slammed onto the green shield. Immediately, an ear-piercing explosion erupted. The blazing light caused many people below the stage to squint their eyes and blur their vision. When their vision gradually became clear, a muffled groan was heard. Following which, a rather burly figure retreated from the ball of light, only stopping when he reached the edge. Everyone's gaze fell on the retreating figure. When they saw that the figure was Zhou Hui, they all revealed a look of disbelief. Zhou Hui, who was at the first-level Emperor realm, had clashed with Zhuowen, who was at the peak of the heavenly sovereign realm. However, Zhou Hui was the one who had retreated. Swoosh! An air-rending sound rang out. Zhuowen was not going to let Zhou Hui off. He swept his leg over and slashed out with the 7 murders blade in his right hand. The blood-colored blade shadow appeared again and rushed towards Zhou Hui. He wanted to eliminate Zhou Hui with this move. Bastard! You've gone too far. Zhou Hui roared. He flicked his finger and took out his emperor weapon, the bronze bell. He slammed his right fist on the bell and a ring-shaped sound wave spread out, forming layers of energy ripples. The moment the blood-colored blade shadow collided with the sound wave, its forward momentum stagnated as if it had fallen into a swamp. Didn't you say that you would finish me off in one move? What's the number now? Zhuo Wenchang stood on the blood-colored saber shadow. His cold gaze landed on Zhou Hui below. His indifferent voice contained a trace of mockery. Hearing these words, Zhou Hui's face turned green and white. He roared and punched the bronze belt several times. Each punch carried the power of 1,000 caddies. The sound waves of the bell chimes overlapped, forming a terrifying sound wave that filled the entire arena. It was like a tsunami, and the blood-red blade shadow began to shake. You're quite tenacious. Zhuowen's gaze turned cold. He waved his 7 murders blade again and a depraved aura spread out from the blade. Chaotic mortal world. An aura of depravity filled the air. The mysterious aura of depravity spread out like an invisible cloud. Zhou Hui was affected by the aura of depravity, causing his fist that was hammering at the bronze bell to pause for a moment. He thought of his parents who were shot to death by arrows when he was a child and his little sister who was still crying piteously for food. Zhou Hui knelt down and held his head with both hands as he growled, "No." Soon, Zhou Hui felt that something was wrong. He opened his eyes abruptly. Only then did he realize that what he saw just now was all an illusion. Or rather, it could be said that the depraved will of the chaotic mundane world had used his memories as a medium to create a realistic illusion. You'll be eliminated. A figure flashed in front of Zhou Hui, and a blade shadow slashed at the bronze bell in front of Zhou Hui. Then, a crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Zhou Hui, who had just woken up from his stupor, was completely caught off guard. He was sent flying by the force of the blade and smashed outside the arena. Boom! Chapter 1190. The boundless Dharma. Everyone's gazes landed on Zhou Hui, who had landed on the ground. The first-level Emperor Zhou Hui had actually been defeated by the peak heavenly venerate Zhuowen. Moreover, he had been defeated in such a straightforward manner. The Great Zhou Institute and Great Song Institute seats fell into silence. The atmosphere in the Great Zhou Institute was solemn, while the Great Song Institute was shocked. He actually won. Tsang Jia mumbled, an excited smile unconsciously appearing from the corners of his mouth. Yao Zhishan was stunned. As for Tsang Yang, who was originally seated on the ground, he abruptly opened his eyes when he heard the strange atmosphere. Soon after, he saw Zhuowen silently standing on the stage. Oh! Where's Zhou Hui? Tsang Yang softly muttered. He followed the crowd's gazes and saw the miserable-looking Zhou Hui on the ground. His pupils shrank to the size of needles and his mouth was slightly agape. The first-level Emperor Zhou Hui had actually been defeated. How did this kid do it? Tsang Yang softly muttered. The smile on Zhou Bin's face completely froze as his gaze darkened slightly. With a wave of his sleeve, he brought Zhou Hui, who had fallen below the stage, back to his seat. His right palm pressed against Zhou Bin's back as surging yuan power gushed out and poured into Zhou Hui's body, completely healing his injuries. However, Zhou Hui remained kneeling on the ground with his head on the ground. He did not dare to speak. He was a first-level emperor, yet he had been defeated by an ant-like peak heavenly venerate cultivator. This was definitely the greatest humiliation of his life. Hence, he could not face Zhou Bin. Sigh. Don't blame yourself. Zhuowen is indeed not simple. In particular, that final strike was extremely stunning. Your defeat is not unjust. Zhou Bin softly sighed and said in an indifferent voice. However, Zhou Bin's words caused Zhou Hui to clench his fists even tighter. Zhou Bin was undoubtedly implying that he was inferior to the peak heavenly venerate Zhuowen. Although he was extremely unwilling in his heart, he could not change the outcome of his defeat. Stomp. A figure walked to Zhou Hui's side. Soon after, an indifferent voice rang out in his ears, "Do not be arrogant in victory, do not be discouraged in defeat." Upon hearing these words, Zhou Hui's body trembled. Soon after, he slowly lifted his head and saw Zhou Chang, whose eyes were as calm as water, looking at him in an indifferent manner. I'm the one who walked into a dead end. Thank you for your advice, Brother Chang. Zhou Hui nodded his head heavily. Soon after, he slowly stood up and walked past Zhou Chang. As he walked to the back of the seats, the dejected look in his eyes gradually disappeared. Instead, they became much clearer and calmer. Looking at Zhou Hui's appearance, Zhou Bin nodded his head. Fortunately, Zhou Chang's words reminded Zhou Hui. Otherwise, the latter might have developed a heart demon because of this. This kid is not simple. How confident are you? Zhou Bin suddenly asked. 100%. As he spoke, Zhou Chang took a step forward and leaped onto the arena like a great rock spreading its wings. His sharp gaze was fixed on Zhuowen. With the Institute of Great Zhou's Zhou Chang stepping up, Zhuowen's chances of victory should be over. The instant Zhou Chang leaped onto the arena, many people below the stage burst into an uproar. Zhou Chang was not Zhou Hui. He was a second-level martial emperor. Even Song Yang of the Great Song Manor had been easily defeated by him, let alone Zhuowen, who was a peak heavenly venerate. Even though Zhuowen had defeated the first-level martial emperor Zhou Hui, there were still many people who were not optimistic about Zhuowen's chances. I wonder if Zhuowen can still create glory in this battle. Sangjie's eyes were bright as he stared at Zhuowen. A peak heavenly venerate defeating a first-level martial emperor. This was already shocking enough. Moreover, he felt that Zhuowen might still have some trump cards. After all, the current Zhuowen looked far too calm. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the two people on the arena faced each other from afar. Zhou Chang was the first to speak. I never thought that you, who have yet to enter the martial emperor realm, would be able to unleash such terrifying power. You are worthy of being called a monster. However, your journey of victory will now be ended by me. Zhuowen sneered and said, anyone can boast. It's more appropriate for you to say these words after you have defeated me. Zhou Chang's expression froze for a moment. Soon after, the corners of his mouth curled up. Interesting. You are very confident. However, your confidence will soon become a joke. As he spoke, Zhou Chang took a step forward. The pressure from his body swept out like a monstrous tsunami. The atmosphere on the arena became extremely stagnant and terrifying under this pressure. Swoosh! Zhou Chang took one step at a time. When Zhou Chang took his fifth step, the pressure became extremely terrifying. Even Zhuowen felt as if there was a heavy mountain pressing down on his shoulders. His knees slightly bent, and his eyebrows slightly furrowed. After which, Zhou Chang stomped his foot and shot out like an arrow from a bow, arriving in front of Zhuowen in an instant. Boom! Zhou Chang threw out a palm. Yuan power spurted out from his palm. It was as if he had teleported and landed in front of Zhuowen. The surging Yuan power set off terrifying energy ripples in the surroundings. Zhuowen frowned slightly. Zhou Chang was indeed powerful. He slashed out with the 7-kill blade in his right hand and used the destruction of life again. A terrifying blood-red blade shadow tore through the air and slammed heavily on Zhou Chang's right palm. Bang! A soft explosion sounded. Then, the blood-red blade shadow that was advancing courageously froze in midair. Soon after, it was completely destroyed by Zhou Chang's terrifying palm. Retreat! Zhuowen hurriedly retreated the instant the blood-colored blade shadow was shattered. However, Zhou Chang did not spare Zhuowen after gaining the upper hand. With a stomp of his foot, he followed closely behind Zhuowen. His right palm was like a maggot that stuck to Zhuowen, wanting to completely crush Zhuowen to death. Damn it! Chaotic mortal world. Looking at Zhou Chang's right palm that was stuck to him, Zhuowen cursed in a low voice. The 7-kill saber in his hand slashed out at a speed that seemed slow but was actually fast. A depraved mortal realm concept gushed out and a red mist spread out. Zhou Chang, who was originally following closely behind, paused the moment he came into contact with the mortal realm concept. He frowned slightly as if he had fallen into some kind of deep thought. Destruction of life. Slash. The moment Zhou Chang fell into the mortal world concept, Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He took a step forward and used the destruction of life again. The blood-red blade shadow was like a blood-red mountain that came crashing down with a rumble. When the blood-red blade shadow was a few inches above Zhou Chang's head, Zhou Chang suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying light burst out from his eyes. Then, he twisted his waist and flicked his right hand. A bronze sword appeared in his hand. Ding! As he raised his sword, a green sword glow soared into the sky and violently collided with the blood-colored blade shadow. Immediately, an extremely frightening explosion erupted from the two of them. Following which, the blood-colored blade shadow collapsed inch by inch under the bombardment of the green sword glow. No wonder Zhou Hui was defeated by this move. I didn't expect you to have a depraved illusion in your chaotic mortal world. After defeating the blood-red blade shadow, Zhou Chang glanced at Zhuowen indifferently. Then, he took a step forward and rushed toward Zhuowen. Nirvana of the Great Sun, immortality and indestructibility. The moment Zhuowen rushed toward him, a golden light burst out from his body and turned into the Buddha body of Zhuowen. Bang! Zhuowen opened his eyes. The blazing golden radiance was like two golden pillars that shot out. Then, he threw a punch. The golden radiance of the punch exploded. It was as if the power of the punch was wrapped in the scorching sun. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! The fist radiance and the sword radiance collided. Then, Zhou Chang's pupils shrank as he realized that the sword radiance had been shattered by the punch. Then, Zhuowen threw another punch toward him. Zhou Chang took a step forward and slashed out with his bronze sword. Immediately, the bronze sword and the golden fist collided. The energy shockwaves spread out like ripples, causing the entire stage to shake violently. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the stage. Seeing such a terrifying impact, the martial artists below the stage all revealed looks of horror. Many of them even retreated from the aftermath of the collision. What a terrifying power! Boom! Boom! Zhuowen possessed an undying and indestructible body. He threw out punch after punch, each punch containing the force of 1,000 caddies. On the other hand, Zhou Chang held the bronze sword in his hand, blocking Zhuowen's punches as he hurriedly retreated. His heart was filled with shock. Bang! After another punch, Zhou Chang furrowed his brows and retreated a few dozen steps. At the moment he retreated, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind him. The black-robed Zhuowen slashed at Zhou Chang with the 7 slaughter blade in his hand. His target was Zhou Chang's back. An ominous feeling rose in Zhou Chang's heart. His feet moved, and the bronze sword was placed horizontally on his back. Soon after, the sound of metal clashing rang out. He took a few steps forward, and turned around to see the black-robed Zhuowen, who was wielding the 7 slaughter blade. 2 doppelgangers. Looking at the black-robed Zhuowen in front of him and the Buddha body behind him, Zhou Chang's pupils shrank. His heart was in turmoil. The strength of the Buddha body behind him was beyond his expectations. He wondered how much stronger it was compared to the black-robed Zhuowen. Outer body doppelganger. Below the arena, the 7 mansion masters were surprised. They did not expect Zhuowen to have cultivated the secret technique of outer body doppelganger. Although the aura of the outer body Zhuowen was at the peak of the heavenly master realm, the unparalleled physical body had surpassed that of an ordinary emperor realm warrior. It was no wonder that Zhou Chang was suppressed by him. No wonder Zhuowen is so confident. It turns out that he has such a trump card. Sanjie smiled. The strength shown by Zhuowen's Buddha body made him feel relieved. Everyone in the Great Song Mansion's seating area was shocked. Even the wise Tsang Dai took a few more glances at Zhuowen with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Dharma is boundless. Zhuowen did not hold back anymore. With a low roar, the Buddha body Zhuowen leaped into the air and clasped his hands together. The light wheel behind his head blazed even more fiercely. Then, the light wheel swept out and turned into a giant wheel that was hundreds of feet long. The surface of the giant wheel was inscribed with countless Sanskrit characters. Solemn Sanskrit chants were recited from it. Golden characters surrounded the surface of the light wheel like tadpoles. Boom! As soon as the light wheel was formed, it fell from the sky like a falling sun. At this moment, it was dazzling and brilliant. Chapter 1191. Dreamcloud Swamp, 7-star setting sun sword. Zhou Chang shouted in a low voice. His right hand gripped the bronze sword, while his left hand formed a sword seal. Surging yuan power gushed out. Instantly, a pillar of light gushed out from the tip of the bronze sword. Soon after, the space above the bronze sword directly shattered. 7 stars descended from the crack, surrounding a blazing setting sun. Zhou Chang has used the 7-star setting sun sword. In the Great Zhou Institute seating area, Zhou Bin suddenly stood up. His eyes were filled with a grave expression as he looked at Zhou Chang. Under countless gazes, the 7-star setting sun sword and the boundless Buddhist light wheel heavily smashed together. Extremely terrifying vibrations spread throughout the area. Soon after, a blazing ball of light exploded on the stage. The ball of light pulsed and contracted, making it look extremely bizarre. The stage below the ball of light was completely shattered into countless pieces. The explosion of the ball of light did not last for very long. When the ball of light gradually disappeared, a miserable figure was sent flying out of the stage. Bang! He landed on the ground like a meteor, emitting a dull thud. When everyone's gazes converged on this figure, gasps rang out one after another. This figure was none other than Zhou Chang. Zhou Chang's face was pale, his hair was disheveled, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He looked extremely miserable. Swish swish swish. Everyone's gazes shifted from Zhou Chang to Zhuo Wen, who was in the arena. The silent atmosphere was broken in an instant, and an uproar rang out like an avalanche. Although everyone was shocked that Zhuo Wen had defeated Zhou Hui, they could still accept it. However, even Zhou Chang had been defeated. This was a little unbelievable. Zhou Hui was at the first level of the Immortal Emperor realm. Moreover, he had fought with Qin Mu in the past and had expended a great deal of his energy. He didn't even have a tenth of his original strength left. Being defeated by Zhuo Wen was only a small surprise to the crowd. However, Zhou Chang was at the second level of the Immortal Emperor realm and he was at the peak of the Heavenly Venerable realm. Yet, Zhuo Wen was able to defeat Zhou Chang. On the Great Song Manor's seating area, everyone stood up. Their gazes were fixed on Zhuo Wen, who was on the stage. Their eyes were filled with respect. They knew that in this hero competition, their Great Song Manor had obtained the final victory, and the main reason for this victory was because of Zhuo Wen, who was standing on the stage. Good, good, good. Zhuo Wen, you are really good. Sangjie suddenly stood up, his face full of excitement. Behind him, Sang Dai's beautiful eyes were also filled with shock. She stared at Zhuo Wen, but her heart was in a mess. Yao Zhisheng and Song Yang stood stiffly on the spot like statues. They didn't know what to do. On the stage, Zhuo Wen waved his right hand. Zhuo Wen's Buddha body took a step forward and merged with Zhuo Wen's body. His eyes, which were filled with radiance, landed on Sangjie. He said, "Manor Lord. I believe the outcome is already clear." Zhuo Wen's voice wasn't loud, but it sounded like a great bell. It was extremely clear and resonant. Everyone's gaze landed on Sangjie. Sangjie slowly stood up in front of everyone's gazes. His eyes were full of smiles as he said in a clear voice, "The final victor of this hero competition is Zhuo Wen of my Great Song Manor." After saying this, Sangjie's face was filled with pride. It was definitely a pleasant surprise for him that his Great Song Manor had defeated the Great Zhou Institute. On the Great Zhou Institute seating area, Zhou Bin's mouth was agape. In the end, he didn't say a word. The outcome of Zhuo Wen and Zhou Chang's match was already very clear. Zhou Chang had suffered a crushing defeat, and there was nothing he could say to change the fact that Zhou Chang had lost. Why? You're clearly only a peak heavenly venerate. How can you display such powerful battle strength? Zhou Chang clutched his chest as he stared at Zhuo Wen on the stage and roared in a low voice. Zhuo Wen looked down at Zhou Chang below the stage and slowly said, "Why can't a peak heavenly venerate possess the battle strength of a martial emperor?" Zhuo Wen wasn't surprised that he had defeated Zhou Chang. With his Buddha body, Zhuo Wen's physical body had reached an undying and indestructible level. His battle strength was completely comparable to a third-level martial emperor. Even a fourth-level martial emperor wouldn't be able to kill the undying Buddha body Zhuo Wen so easily. Therefore, Zhou Chang's defeat was inevitable against the Buddha body Zhuowen. After hearing Zhuowen's words, Zhou Chang abruptly took a few steps back. There was a trace of disappointment in his eyes. He had actually been defeated by Zhuowen. His outcome was almost exactly the same as Zhou Hui's. Ha! Mansion Master Cangjie, your great Song mansion is really amazing. It's really amazing to have such a monstrous genius. A peak heavenly venerate could actually defeat Zhou Chang. If this lad's cultivation advances to the Emperor realm, his battle strength will probably be even more terrifying. I really didn't expect Cangjie to have such a trump card. It seems like the top expert in your great Song mansion should be Zhuowen. After the Great Song Mansion's victory was announced, the mansion masters of the Great Frame Mansion, the Great Tang Mansion, the Great Han Mansion, and the Great Chu Mansion who had already been eliminated came forward with smiles on their faces. They congratulated Cangjie and their eyes were filled with enthusiasm. At the same time, their gazes towards Zhuowen were filled with kindness and passion. After Zhuowen consecutively defeated Zhou Hui and Zhou Chang, everyone knew just how terrifying the potential of this seemingly inconspicuous youth before them would be. Once this lad became a martial emperor, his battle strength would very likely be earth-shattering. Therefore, it was still beneficial for these weaker mansion masters to establish a good relationship with a junior with such terrifying potential. In stark contrast to these enthusiastic headmasters, the headmaster of the Great Zhou Institute, Zhou Bin, as well as the other members of the Great Zhou Institute, had advanced to the final round at the same time. They had originally believed that the final victory of this hero gathering would belong to none other than their Great Zhou Institute. However, Zhuowen of the Great Song Institute had suddenly emerged as a new force to be reckoned with, defeating both Zhou Hui and Zhou Chang consecutively, forcefully snatching away the victory that originally belonged to their Great Zhou Institute. Behind the Great Song Mansion's seating area, Cang Yang's expression was also rather ugly. He was originally the #1 genius of the Great Song Mansion and was revered by countless people. However, he had now been defeated by Zhou Chang, while Zhou Chang had been defeated by Zhuowen, whom he had previously not paid much attention to. In an instant, the glory that he had previously enjoyed had completely collapsed. Even the title of the #1 genius of the Great Song Mansion had been crowned by Zhuowen. Ha! Cangjie laughed heartily. His eyes were filled with delight. This time, Zhuowen had truly helped him greatly. Therefore, his gaze towards Zhuowen had become increasingly pleasing to the eye. Everyone. Since my Great Song Mansion is the victor of this hero gathering, shouldn't everyone fulfill their promise and hand over the incomplete map of the Great Demon Sect ruins? Cangjie slowly floated in the air as his loud and clear voice spread to the ears of the crowd below. As soon as his words came out, everyone's gaze turned sluggish. For a moment, the surrounding atmosphere became somewhat dignified. The faces of the other mansion masters, who were originally filled with enthusiasm, stiffened. Everyone, please don't forget the original intention of holding this hero gathering. After all, everyone has signed an agreement. As for the punishment for violating the agreement, everyone should know about it, right? Cangjie's face suddenly turned cold as he said indifferently. Humph. Of course not. However, Cangjie, after you have gathered the incomplete map, you have to announce the complete map's content. This way, we will know the location of the Great Demon Sect ruins, Zhou Bin suddenly said. Cangjie nodded and said, of course. After all of you are the almighty of your respective mansion. If I were to swallow the map of the Great Demon Sect ruins alone, wouldn't I be seeking my own death? Hearing this, the other mansion masters were relieved. Then, Zhou Bin waved his sleeves in an extremely straightforward manner and a scroll flew towards Cangjie. With Zhou Bin's good start, the other mansion masters also nodded and threw their scrolls to Cangjie. Cangjie's heart couldn't help but beat wildly when he received 6 scrolls in one go. He flicked his right hand and took out the 7th scroll. Suddenly, the 7 scrolls combined together and burst out an extremely turbulent light. The moment the 7 scrolls combined, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. This was because he found that the 8th map fragment, which was lying quietly in the spirit ring, had begun to stir. However, Zhuowen calmly suppressed the commotion caused by the 8th map fragment. He didn't want to take out the 8th map fragment so early. After all, the 7 mansion masters were present. If they knew that there was another map fragment with him, they would definitely force him to hand it over. At that time, Zhuowen wouldn't get any benefits at all. The light gradually faded and the 7 scrolls disappeared. What replaced them was a slightly tattered yellowish map. On the map, there were outlines of mountain ranges and regions. Sangjie waved his right hand and took the yellowish map in his hand. The other 6 mansion masters rushed over and came to Sangjie's side. Everyone, please take a look at the location of the marks on this map for reference. Sangjie was quite generous. With a wave of his right hand, the map unfolded above him and showed it to the other 6 mansion masters. This is the dreamy cloud swampland in the extreme north. Zhou Bin suddenly pointed at an area with a vast body of water on the map and murmured in a low voice. It's very likely. The mark of the great demon sect ruins is near the dreamy cloud swampland. However, this map doesn't seem to be complete. There are many places that haven't been marked, and the specific location of the great demon sect hasn't been marked. Could it be that there are other map fragments that we haven't found? Sangjie replied with a slight frown. Yes. This map is still incomplete. I'm afraid that it's still missing some map fragments. The great Qin mansion's Qin Xian echoed. When they realized that the map wasn't complete, the 7 mansion masters all frowned. The 7 of them didn't expect that 7 map fragments were unable to form a complete map of the great demon sect ruins. However, we now know that the great demon sect ruins is definitely in the dreamy cloud swampland. It seems that we can only enter the dreamy cloud swampland to search for the great demon sect ruins. My great Zhou Institute will take our leave first. Chapter 1192. Sangjie. The people from the 6 great mansions quickly left. Sangjie waved his right hand and put the map of the ruins of the great demon sect into his sleeve. He then sat down on his seat. Sangjie was a little disappointed that the map was not complete. However, it was fortunate that he had a large portion of the map. Once he found the entrance to the great demon sect ruins, he would definitely have an advantage over the others by relying on the map. Zhuowen. This time, it was all thanks to you that my great Song Manor was able to obtain the final victory. Whatever reward you want, feel free to tell me. Although the map was still incomplete, Sangjie's mood was still quite good. At this moment, his eyes fell on Zhuowen and his voice was quite gentle. Zhuowen shook his head and transmitted his voice, there is no need for a reward. I only hope that Mansion Master Sangjie can give me a copy of the map in your hand. That will be enough. Hearing this, Sangjie narrowed his eyes and deeply looked at Zhuowen. He softly smiled and said, "Little fellow, you are quite ambitious. However, this time, most of the credit belongs to you. Therefore, I can agree to this request of yours." Seeing that Sangjie had agreed, Zhuowen smiled. This was because he had the 8th map fragment with him. Together with Sangjie's first 7 maps, he might be able to gather all of the map fragments. At that time, Zhuowen might be like a fish in water in the great demon sect ruins. Although the 2 of them were transmitting their voice to each other, Sangjie's beautiful eyes were filled with wisdom as she stared at Zhuowen. The corner of her mouth revealed a sweet smile. Let's return to the great Song Manor first. I will give you the map fragment later. After speaking, Sangjie waved his sleeve and planned to bring Zhuowen back to the great Song Manor. However, Sangjie suddenly came in front of Sangjie and said in a sweet voice, "Father. Bring me back too." Sangjie smiled bitterly as he looked at Song Sa, whose lips were curled up. He nodded his head and waved his sleeve. A wave of yuan power gushed out and wrapped Cao Cao and Zhuowen into it. The three of them then disappeared from everyone's sight. Song Yang's face was extremely ugly. Ever since Zhuowen helped the great Song mansion to win, Song Jie had never looked at him. He knew that Song Jie was disappointed in him. Zhuowen. Song Yang gritted his teeth as he spoke. With a wave of his sleeve, he left the place. In the reception hall of Datsong Mansion, Sangjie landed in the hall with Zhuowen and Cao Cao. Sangjie did not avoid Cao Cao and took out the map of the Great Demon Sect ruins from his sleeve. He pointed with his right hand and engraved an identical map and handed it to Zhuowen. Zhuowen, you have helped me greatly this time. Take this map. If you can successfully find the Great Demon Sect ruins this time, you can enter it and rely on this map. You will definitely have the advantage over others. Sangjie said with a faint smile. Thank you, Mansion Master. Zhuowen said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Sangjie nodded his head and his eyes flickered. He smiled and said, Zhuowen. I see that you don't belong to any sect. Why don't you join my Great Song Mansion? My Great Song Mansion will definitely help you to break through to the Emperor realm. Zhuowen was stunned. His eyes revealed a hint of pondering as he said, Mansion Master, Zhuowen is flattered that you can personally invite me to join your Great Song Mansion. However, I already have a master. If I were to join another force now, I'm afraid that it would be inappropriate. Sangjie was stunned. He immediately thought that with Zhuowen's monstrous talent, it was impossible for him to be self-taught. Then, there was only one possibility. The master who taught Zhuowen was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. That was why he was able to cultivate Zhuowen into such a monstrous and terrifying genius. May I ask, Zhuowen, who is your master? Sangjie asked unwillingly. He really couldn't bear to miss out on a genius like Zhuowen. Zhuowen shook his head and said rather appropriately, my master is a reclusive person. He rarely walks around outside. Even if I were to tell you, Mansion Master probably wouldn't know him. It's fine if I don't tell you. Hearing this, Sangjie didn't ask too much. Zhuowen's words were already very obvious. He wasn't willing to reveal his master's name and origin. In that case, I won't force you. However, how about you be my Great Song Mansion's guest elder? This guest elder is just a title. There's no obligation for you to do anything. What do you think? Sangjie still didn't give up and asked. Since Mansion Master is so kind, if Zhuowen still refuses, it would be a bit unreasonable. Zhuowen will accept the guest elder position. After pondering for a while, Zhuowen agreed to become the guest elder of the Great Song Mansion. Hearing Zhuowen agree, Sangjie let out a sigh of relief and laughed out loud. He waved his sleeve and took out a black token. He handed it to Zhuowen and said, this is the identity token of the guest elder of the Great Song Mansion. Keep it well. With this identity, you can move unimpeded in the Great Song Mansion. No one will dare to stop you. After receiving the token, Zhuowen said politely, thank you, Mansion Master Sangjie. All right. I think you haven't visited my Great Song Mansion yet. You can take a good look around here. In a few days, I plan to bring the people of the Great Song Mansion to the dreamy cloud swampland. At that time, you can come with me. After saying that, Sangjie left the hall. His footsteps were slightly hurried. It was obvious that he couldn't wait to study the map of the Supreme Demon Sect ruins in his hands. After Sangjie left, Zhuowen also planned to leave, but was stopped by Sangjie. Is there anything else, Miss Sangjie? Zhuowen stopped and stared at Sangjie in front of him. Sangjie's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of craftiness as she said with a smile, Zhuowen. The reward you want this time is just a map of the Supreme Demon Sect ruins. Do you have another purpose? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Miss Sangjie is thinking too much. I am just curious about the Supreme Demon Sect ruins. Moreover, with the map, entering the Supreme Demon Sect ruins will benefit me a lot. That's all. Zhang Jia laughed and said, Zhuowen. Are you still planning to be secretive? You should have the 8th piece of the map on you, right? Zhuowen's pupils shrank into needles. He turned his head and stared at Zhang Jia. He said coldly, Miss Zhang Jia, what are you talking about? I don't know anything about it. You don't have to be secretive in front of me. I already know that you have the 8th piece of the map. Do you still remember Zhang Shui and Ji Fang? Zhang Jia shook her head. Zhang Shui and Ji Fang. It seems that you already knew that I had the map fragment. Why didn't you tell Palace Master Zhang Jia? Zhuowen muttered softly as he stared at Zhang Jia. His voice became colder and more indifferent. Zhang Jia pouted and snorted, what's the point of telling him? If I told him, he would only take the map fragment from you and not take me to the Supreme Demon Sect ruins. You want to go to the Supreme Demon Sect ruins? Zhuowen frowned. Zhang Jia's cultivation wasn't high. She was only in the Supreme Realm. In Zhuowen's opinion, with such a cultivation, entering the Dreamy Cloud Swampland was equivalent to courting death. The Dreamy Cloud Swampland was considered an extremely dangerous place in the entire panicked world. It was said that dragons and snakes roamed freely and ferocious beasts were everywhere. Moreover, it was surrounded by dense clouds and mist all year round. In the Dreamy Cloud Swampland, even an Emperor Realm martial artist would suffer if they weren't careful. As for those below the Emperor Realm, there was a high chance that they would die in the Dreamy Cloud Swampland. Therefore, when Zhang Jia proposed to go to the Dreamy Cloud Swampland, Zhuowen was a little surprised. In his opinion, wasn't this courting death? Yes. It's too boring to be cooped up in the Great Song Mansion all day. I heard that there are many rare treasures in the Supreme Demon Sect. Perhaps if I enter, I will be able to obtain a great opportunity and become a peerless expert. Who knows, my reputation might shock the entire panicked world. As Zhang Jia spoke, her beautiful eyes were filled with yearning. Looking at Zhang Jia's expression, Zhuowen's gaze was somewhat helpless. He coldly said, your cultivation is too low. Entering the Dreamy Cloud Swampland is simply courting death. I advise you to give up on this idea. Don't I still have you? You are so strong that even Zhou Chang was defeated by you. If you take me to the Dreamy Cloud Swampland, then my life will have another layer of protection. Zhang Jia grinned and said to Zhuowen. You want me to protect you? Zhuowen's expression suddenly turned cold. Zhang Jia pouted and tenderly snorted, there are many people who want to protect this young lady. Why are you still unwilling? I'm not used to dragging a burden into a dangerous place like the Dreamy Cloud Swampland. You will implicate me. Zhuowen bluntly refused. You. Zhang Jia stamped her foot. She was so angry that her tender body trembled. Zhuowen didn't pay any attention to Zhang Jia. He took a step forward, wanting to leave the hall directly. However, when he took a few steps, Zhang Jia's tender snort sounded in his ears. If you don't take me there, I will reveal the fact that you have the 8th piece of the map. At that time, the 7 mansion masters of the panicked world will know. Let's see what you will do then. Zhuowen's footsteps paused. He turned his head, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He stared at Zhang Jia and said, are you threatening me? Looking at the killing intent in Zhuowen's eyes, Zhang Jia's heart trembled. However, she still forced herself to remain calm and said, it's not a threat. I just want to cooperate with you. As long as you take me to the Dreamy Cloud Swampland's Great Demon Sect ruins and take care of my safety, then I won't reveal that you have the 8th piece of the map. Also, if you want to kill me, I think you should give up on that idea. This is the Great Song Mansion. If I die, my father will immediately sense it. At that time, you won't be able to escape the fate of death. Zhang Jia added. Zhuowen quietly stared at Zhang Jia. After about 10 breaths, he finally snorted and said, "You win. This time, I will take you to the dreamy cloud swampland. However, you have to listen to my arrangements." Hee hee. Of course, I will listen to you. Chapter 1193. Arriving at the Dreamcloud swampland when Song Dai walked out of the mansion with Zhuowen in her arms, this scene was immediately witnessed by many people in the Great Song mansion. Many people began to whisper among themselves, discussing the relationship between Zhuowen and Song Dai. Of course, most people were extremely optimistic about the relationship between Zhuowen and Song Dai. Song Dai was the daughter of the Great Song Mansion's master, Song Jie, and was a golden child. On the other hand, Zhuowen was extremely talented and had defeated Zhou Hui in Zhou Chang of the Great Zhou Mansion at the peak heavenly venerate level, causing his name to shake the entire Great Song Mansion. This pair could be said to be a match made in heaven and most people supported them. However, Song Yang, who was passing by, seemed to have been struck by lightning as his expression turned extremely dark. However, he did not step forward. Instead, his gaze landed on Zhuowen as hatred surged in his eyes. However, he did not dare to face Zhuowen directly. The scene of Zhou Chang's miserable defeat was still vivid in his mind. This Zhuowen was too terrifying and he did not dare to challenge him. At this moment, Zhuowen and Song Dai had walked out of the mansion and arrived at a rather remote alley. Soon after, Zhuowen coldly said, "Can you let go now?" Song Yang should have seen that scene. I believe that he will not overestimate himself and bother you in the future. Song Dai's face was full of smiles and she did not let go. Instead, she softly laughed and said, "So you have noticed. However, don't you feel that it is very comfortable to be hugged by me like this?" As she spoke, Song Dai's delicate body gently approached Zhuowen. Her ample bosom actually touched Zhuowen's arm, causing Zhuowen's eyebrows to furrow slightly. Soon after, the fragrance of orchids lingered at the tip of his nose. Song Dai's pure face was only a few inches away from him. As her warm breath brushed past Zhuowen's ear, it actually caused him to feel intoxicated. However, Zhuowen quickly regained his senses. Yuan power flowed out from his right hand as a gust of wind swept out and pushed Song Dai away. Soon after, he coldly stared at Song Dai and said, "What is the meaning of this?" Song Dai took a few steps back, but he was not angry. He chuckled and said, "Nothing. I think you're amazing. Can't I like you?" Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he sneered, "I can't tell from your eyes that you like me at all. Don't worry. I'll bring you to Dreamcloud Swampland this time, so I naturally won't go back on my word. There's no need to use such a despicable method to make me agree to your request." Hearing this, Song Dai raised her eyebrows and snorted, "How can you do this? I'm a girl, why are you so cold when I confess to you? It doesn't matter if I'm cold or not. This is my communication jade talisman. When I go to the dreamy cloud swampland, I'll naturally call you." Zhuowen shook his head. With a flip of his right hand, he passed a jade talisman to Song Dai. The latter naturally took it without any trace of politeness and said with a smile, "Take your time to study the map. However, you must remember that when we depart to the dreamy cloud swampland, you absolutely cannot go with my father. Otherwise, I will have no chance to leave." Zhuowen nodded and said, "Don't worry, I know this." As he spoke, Zhuowen took a step forward and transformed into a bolt of black lightning, disappearing from the alley. Song Jie stomped her foot and snorted, "That despicable fellow, he really doesn't understand romance." 6 days later, Song Jie led the elite warriors of the Great Song Mansion and left the Great Song Mansion region in a grandiose manner. They rushed towards the dreamy cloud swampland in the northern part of the Great Song world. Not only the Great Song Mansion, but the other 6 mansions were also fully prepared. They brought their elite warriors and rushed towards the dreamy cloud swampland. When Song Jie set off for the dreamy cloud swampland, he naturally asked Zhuowen if he planned to go. Because of Cang Dai, Zhuowen naturally did not agree. Although Cang Jie was a little surprised by Zhuowen's refusal, he did not care very much. The dreamy cloud swampland was a famous dangerous place in the Great Cang world. Even if Zhuowen did not know, he could find the specific location of the dreamy cloud swampland by relying on the map. When the 7 mansion masters brought their elite warriors to the dreamy cloud swampland, the other warriors of the 7 mansions were also in an uproar. The rumor that the ruins of the extreme demon sect might appear in the dreamy cloud swampland had spread throughout the 7 mansions. Many warriors knew about this news. For a moment, the warriors of the 7 mansions went crazy. The reputation of the extreme demon sect in the Great Cang world was too great. This was a powerful sect that suppressed the 7 mansions in one fell swoop. The founder of the extreme demon sect, the extreme demon lord, was the only terrifying existence in the Great Cang world who had advanced to the high-level martial emperor realm. One could imagine how deep the heritage of the extreme demon sect was. It was enough to cause countless warriors to go crazy. Therefore, the warriors of the 7 mansions followed the teams of their respective mansions' mansion masters to the dreamy cloud swampland. Their purpose was to get a share of the loot. Although most of the warriors knew that with the existence of the 7 mansions, they were afraid that they would not be able to compete with those 7 existences. However, there must be a lot of things in the ruins of the extreme demon sect. It was impossible for the 7 mansions to seize all of them. Therefore, the remaining things that the 7 mansions did not fancy were precious treasures for ordinary warriors. Therefore, this was also the reason why most of the warriors rushed to the extreme demon sect. On the 7th day, 2 figures set off from the Great Cang mansion and rushed towards the extreme north. These 2 figures were a man and a woman. Although the man's appearance was not handsome, it was quite pleasing to the eye. The woman's complexion was elegant and charming, lovely and moving. These 2 people were naturally Zhuowen and Cang Jie. As Cang Jie had set off on the 6th day, in order to avoid the Great Cang mansion's team, the 2 of them chose to set off on the 7th day. This time, when you enter the dreamy cloud swampland, listen to everything I do. Otherwise, I will not care about you. Zhuowen coldly said to Cang Jie. Cang Jie pouted her lips and tenderly snorted, "Don't worry, I will listen to everything you say. After all, my strength is not strong. Only you can protect me." The dreamy cloud swampland was quite far from the Great Cang mansion. Even if Zhuowen's speed was not slow, it still took him 3 days to reach the periphery of the dreamy cloud swampland. A trace of shock appeared in Zhuowen's eyes as he gazed at the enormous lake that was shrouded by an enormous amount of mist. The dream cloud swampland was extremely vast, spanning a few million kilometers. It was practically impossible to see the end of it with a single glance. It was a vast expanse of mist, and within the misty mist, Zhuowen was faintly able to see the sparkling surface of the lake behind the mist. Zhuowen, after entering the dreamy cloud swampland, you have to be careful. In the dreamy cloud swampland, dragons, snakes and ferocious beasts are everywhere. Moreover, there is no lack of Emperor Realm living beings. Even if some powerful Emperor Realm cultivators enter the dreamy cloud swampland, if they are not careful, there is a possibility of them dying. Cang Jie said solemnly. I naturally know this. Before coming, I already knew a little about the dreamy cloud swampland. Zhuowen nodded his head in agreement. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. In the sky behind the 2 of them, figures rushed over. These figures did not pay attention to Zhuowen and Cang Jie who were outside. Instead, they directly rushed into the dreamy cloud swampland. Their eyes were all blazing with passion. Clearly, these martial artists basically came for the extreme devil sect's ruins. Let's go in too. Zhuowen said. With a wave of his sleeve, he directly took out the Divine Sun Cauldron. However, the Divine Sun Cauldron was not for him, but for Tsang Jie beside him. After all, the Divine Sun Cauldron was only a monarch realm's spiritual treasure. For the current Zhuowen, it was already not very practical. Boom! Waves of sun fire surrounded Tsang Jie's body, and the Divine Sun Cauldron floated above Tsang Jie's head under Zhuowen's control. Let's go. After preparing the defensive measures, Zhuowen said and stepped into the clouds with the Tsang saucer. The moment he entered the clouds, Zhuowen only felt a wave of moisture hitting his face, and his cheeks felt cold. Then, he discovered that under the clouds, the huge lake had become extremely clear. The surface of the dreamy cloud swampland was like a mirror, extremely clear. Not only could it reflect a person's figure, it could even see through a range of dozens of meters below. However, the dreamy cloud swampland was extremely deep. Even if it was clear, it was impossible to see the bottom of the lake. As soon as he entered the dreamy cloud swampland, the mental energy in Zhuowen's Naiwen Palace was like thousands of tentacles that spread out in all directions, constantly on alert for possible dangers. Zhuowen. You should have seen the complete map, right? Then, you should know the specific location of the Great Devil Sect ruins, right? Tsang Jie suddenly asked in the sun fire. Zhuowen nodded and said in a deep voice, I do know, but the location of the Great Devil Sect ruins is actually in the center of the dreamy cloud swampland. I'm afraid that we will only know the details after we reach the center of the dreamy cloud swampland. What? It's actually in the center of the dreamy cloud swampland? Tsang Jie said with a pale face. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Zhuowen asked doubtfully. Tsang Jie nodded fiercely and said, the dreamy cloud swampland is a famous dangerous place in the panicked world. The closer to the center of the dreamy cloud swampland, the more dangerous it is. The probability of encountering an immortal realm ferocious beast is much higher than the periphery. Moreover, the number of immortal realm ferocious beasts is probably not small. So that's how it is. Hearing this, Zhuowen also understood why Tsang Jie lost his composure. If you are afraid, I can send you out of the dreamy cloud swampland now. This place is not suitable for you. Zhuowen said indifferently. Hearing this, Tsang Jie stomped his feet and snorted, who said I am afraid? You can go ahead. My life is your responsibility anyway, you can't trick me. Of course. Zhuowen replied absent-mindedly. He was thinking about how to enter the place marked on the map. There were only 8 maps of the Great Devil Sect ruins. After Zhuowen placed the 8th map fragment, the map was completely complete. He also knew the location of the Great Devil Sect ruins. However, the place was somewhat hidden, so Zhuowen frowned and was worried. Boom! Just as Zhuowen was lost in thought, the sound of water splashing rang out. Then, 100 feet long anaconda burst out from the bottom of the dreamy cloud swampland. Like an arrow leaving the bow, it rushed towards Tsang Jie, who was wrapped in the fire of the sun. You are courting death. Zhuowen was awakened by the sound of water splashing. Seeing the anaconda rushing towards him, he snorted coldly and stepped out. His right hand was deep in the void. Surging Buddhist power gushed out, forming a golden Buddha palm in the void and pinching the anaconda. Puchi. Chapter 1194. 9 Extinction. The water python wasn't very strong and was roughly at the initial heavenly sovereign stage. Thus, it wasn't a threat to Zhuowen. However, Tsang Dai would be in danger if he were to face the water python. Swoosh! Just as Zhuowen was about to speak, an air-rending sound erupted from behind him. The instant the air-rending sound rang out, a cold glint was reflected in Zhuowen's eyes like moonlight. It actually gave him a cold feeling. An ominous feeling lingered around Zhuowen like dark clouds, causing all the hair on his body to stand on end. Subsequently, the cold glint's speed reached the extreme as it swept towards Zhuowen's chest. This attack was too fast, so fast that even Zhuowen had not expected it. At this critical moment, Zhuowen furiously roared. His feet stomped on the air, causing the vital points on his body to shift by a few inches. Soon after, the cold glint pierced through Zhuowen's shoulder blade, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Swoosh! A soft sound of surprise rang out from behind Zhuowen. Subsequently, the owner of the cold glint actually intended to retreat when he saw that his attack had missed. Unfortunately, Zhuowen would not let him have his way. Running after a sneak attack. It won't be that easy. Zhuowen coldly snorted. The berserk massacre aura on his body came crashing down. 8 blood seas surged out like 8 blood pythons, sweeping towards the retreating assassin in an attempt to intercept him. The assassin narrowed his eyes. He was extremely calm as he swung his right hand. The 9-inch short sword in his hand cut through the air, creating a cold glint. Immediately, the 8 blood seas that were rushing over were shattered with a piercing sound. Sword fire ultimacy. Seeing that the massacre aura was unable to do anything to the assassin, Zhuowen's eyes were incomparably cold. His right hand tapped on his forehead. Instantly, a terrifying mental energy swept out from his Naiwen palace. At the same time, the ultimate sword array in his spirit ring also surged out along with the mental energy, transforming into terrifying cold glints. Boom! The sword array gushed out and turned into a sea of fire in the sky. It filled the entire sky as if it was burning the entire sky. The assassin was trapped by the sword fire ultimacy. Spiritual power. The assassin clearly did not expect Zhuowen to be a 6th-grade arcana master. Caught off guard, he was enveloped by the sword fire mystery. Within the fire of the sun, Tsang Dai also looked at Zhuowen in astonishment. She didn't expect that Zhuowen's spiritual energy would be so powerful even though his martial Dao strength was already so terrifying. She finally realized how terrifying Zhuowen's talent was. The 9th absolute of the 10 extreme sect. Stepping on the sea of fire, Zhuowen looked down at the figure surrounded by the sea of fire. He saw that this person was also wearing a ghost mask, which was exactly the same as the 10th extremity that he had killed. The only difference was that there was the number 9 on the mask. Needless to say, this person should be Jiu Ju of the 10 extremities sect. Jiu Ju's cultivation was at the peak of the heavenly master realm, but the strength that he displayed was far more powerful than ordinary peak heavenly masters. Especially the assassination just now, it was extremely perfect. If it wasn't for Zhuowen's extremely sharp senses, he might have been hit. Jiu Ju looked up at Zhuowen and said indifferently, "You killed the 10th extremity, didn't you? Looks like the 10 extremities sect is quite well informed." "That's right, I did kill the 10th extremity." "So, you're here to avenge him?" Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said indifferently. "I don't know the 10th extremity, nor do I have any relationship with him. I came to assassinate you on the orders of Lord Yi Ju. He said that you must die, so I'm here." Jiu Ju seemed very calm, and his voice was hoarse and magnetic. Zhuowen was a little surprised by Jiu Ju's calmness and asked, "You can still be so calm in such an adverse situation? Are you not afraid of death?" Jiu Ju smiled and said, "I came here with the determination to die." "You're Zhuowen. You've shown extraordinary talent in the hero competition. Even Zhou Hui and Zhou Chang, who are both at the first layer of the Great Emperor realm, were defeated by you. Although I've assassinated Great Emperor realm cultivators before, I've only assassinated Great Emperor realm cultivators like Zhou Hui. As for Zhou Chang, who's at the second layer of the Great Emperor realm, my failure rate is 80%. You were able to defeat Zhou Chang, so my chances of failing to assassinate you are almost 99%. Thus, I knew that I would definitely die in this assassination attempt. Even though I used the most perfect assassination technique I've ever used in my life, it still only left you with some superficial wounds. We are both peak Empyreans, but the difference between us is truly great. I admit defeat and die in peace." After saying that, Jiu bent his right hand and the short sword in his hand pierced into his chest. Then, a violent energy exploded and Jiu exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Zhuowen could not stop it in time. What a clean and efficient method. Looking at Jiu who had exploded into a cloud of blood mist, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. Jiu was not simple. He was a peak heavenly master and had assassinated a first-level Great Emperor realm cultivator before. He could be considered a genius. But now, under Ju's orders, he did not hesitate to carry it out. After failing, he did not hesitate to self-destruct. This really surprised Zhuowen. The 10 Extremes sect is not simple. Zhuowen frowned. He was a little afraid of the 10 Extremes sect. If the 10 Extremes and 9 Extremes sect were so powerful, wouldn't the 8 Extremes sect be even more terrifying? The 10 Extremes sect is indeed not simple. Moreover, it's an extremely mysterious sect. With its current development, it's actually vaguely resembling the Lord of the Extreme Demon back then. If the 10 Extremes sect can produce someone who's comparable to the Lord of the Extreme Demon back then, the world might belong to the 10 Extremes sect. Tsang Dai came to Zhuowen's side and said in agreement. And from the looks of it, the 10 Extremes sect has their eyes on you. You have to be careful. Tsang Jie suddenly smiled. Since the 10 Extremes sect has their eyes on me, aren't you afraid? Zhuowen said with a half-smile. Tsang Jie pouted and said with a smile, don't I have you? You are so powerful. It won't be easy for the 10 Extremes sect to kill you. I am still quite safe by your side. Let's continue forward. Zhuowen ignored Tsang Dai's words. After coldly throwing down these words, he continued to rush forward. Tsang Dai stomped his feet and could only follow behind Zhuowen. There were quite a lot of cultivators in the periphery of the dreamy cloud swampland. As the two of them moved forward, they could see many cultivators searching for something. The goal of these cultivators should be the same as theirs, to search for the great demon sect's ruins. However, as the two of them went deeper into the swampland, the number of cultivators decreased greatly. After all, the deeper one went into the dreamy cloud swampland, the more dangerous it was. Cultivators who were not strong naturally did not have the courage to go deep into the dreamy cloud swampland. Along the way, Zhuowen and Tsang Jie were attacked by many fierce beasts that broke out of the water. However, with Zhuowen's current strength, these fierce beasts were unable to do anything to him. Even some of the fierce beasts that were at the first level of the Emperor realm fell under Zhuowen's attacks. Therefore, the two of them were quite unimpeded. I remember that in the map, there should be a medium-sized island in the center of the dreamy cloud swampland. The great demon sect's ruins should be on that island. Now that we have arrived at the center, why are there no signs of the island? Standing in the void, Zhuowen looked down at the dreamy cloud swampland below and slightly frowned. At this moment, they were already in the center of the dreamy cloud swampland. However, other than a misty body of water, there were no signs of land. Zhuowen began to doubt whether the great demon sect's map was correct. Take out the complete map. Maybe there will be some clues. Tsang Jie suddenly interrupted. Zhuowen nodded. Since he didn't have any clues, he might as well give it a try according to what Tsang Jie said. The dim yellow map fell into Zhuowen's hands. This map was the most complete map of the great demon sect's ruins. It was even more complete than the map in Tsang Jie's hands. This map is changing. Could it be that the mist around the dreamy cloud swampland is causing the map to change? The moment he took out the map, Zhuowen discovered that the contents of the map in his hands had actually started to change. Some of the original markings gradually faded away and new and different contents began to appear under the influence of the mist. In the end, it turned into a completely different map. With the help of the mist of the dreamy cloud swampland and this complete map, it was able to produce such a change. It seems that the sect leader of the great demon sect really put in a lot of effort. Zhang Jie was also startled and immediately sighed. Could it be that you knew that this map would have such a change? Zhuowen turned his head and suddenly asked Zhang Jie. Zhang Jie's beautiful eyes flickered and said with a smile, "How is that possible? I just suddenly thought of it, so I asked you to take it out and have a look. Who knew that such a scene would happen? Is that so?" Zhuowen took a deep look at Zhang Jie. In fact, when Zhang Jie insisted on following him to the dreamy cloud swampland, he felt that it was a bit strange. Now, Zhang Jie's seemingly casual advice actually led to the real map of the great demon sect. This made Zhuowen feel even more strange towards Zhang Jie. It's just a coincidence. Take a look at this new map first. You should be able to find the great demon sect's ruins. Zhang Jie said with a smile. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded and his gaze fell on the new map. Although Zhang Jie was quite suspicious, her cultivation was not high. At this time, in Zhuowen's eyes, she was equivalent to an ant. Zhuowen did not believe that she could play any tricks. It turns out that in this body of water, there is an illusion that obscures the line of sight. After unfolding the map, Zhuowen looked at it a few times and his eyes revealed a look of understanding. Then, according to the method in the map, Zhuowen stepped out and came to the center of the dreamy cloud swampland. A crack appeared between his eyebrows and a golden Buddha's eye appeared. The Buddha's eye had the effect of breaking through 10,000 techniques. Although Zhuowen's strength was low and he could not use its full power, it was still possible to see through this illusion array with the help of the Buddha's eye. The eye of the array is there. Chapter 1195. Xian Bing says bang bang bang. Zhuowen threw out 7 consecutive punches, each of which contained the power of 1,000 caddies. Instantly, a terrifying whirlpool emerged from the dreamcloud swampland below. The whirlpool was like a water dragon as it soared into the sky and swept across the sky. A demonic voice was emitted from the bottom of the vortex the moment the water pillar soared into the sky. It was like thunder from the 9 heavens as it resounded across the entire sky. Zhuowen was caught off guard. Under the influence of the demonic voice, he involuntarily retreated. His hands covered his ears as a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Bang! When the water pillar rose to the highest point, a pitch-black golem slowly floated up from the center of the vortex. This demon statue was extremely large and was nearly 10,000 feet long. Its appearance was that of a young man wearing purplish-black robes and possessing a pair of soul-stirring demonic eyes. Even such a demon statue possessed an unusual charm, as if the one in front of him was a real demon. This is the statue of the Ultimate Demon Master. It was built by the Ultimate Demon sect at a great cost back then. It contains a trace of the Ultimate Demon Master's essence. Back then, the statue of the Ultimate Demon Master had always been the sect treasure of the Ultimate Demon sect. However, the Ultimate Demon sect provoked public anger and countless factions from the 7 great prefectures surrounded the Ultimate Demon sect. The last person, the sect master of the Ultimate Demon sect, secretly withdrew with the statue of the Ultimate Demon Master. I believe that this statue of the Ultimate Demon Master should be the remains of the Ultimate Demon sect. The resources left behind by the Ultimate Demon sect are likely all within the statue of the Ultimate Demon Master. Zhang Jie said excitedly. Is that the entrance? Zhuowen's eyes immediately focused on the forehead of the statue. There was an inconspicuous hole there. It should be the entrance to the statue. Let's go in first. Zhang Dai excitedly took a step forward and directly entered between the eyebrows of the statue. Looking at the excited Zhang Dai, Zhuowen frowned slightly. However, he did not refuse and followed behind Zhang Dai. The day I return will be the day of the Lord of Ultimate Demons. Mo Xing's voice was like thunder as it resounded throughout the entire dreamy cloud swampland. The numerous warriors who were searching around the dreamy cloud swampland paused one after another. Their gazes became sluggish as they looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with a fiery glow. The ruins of the supreme demon sect have appeared. Amidst the misty clouds, the surrounding cultivators could vaguely make out the statue of Grand Demon Lord at the center of Dreamcloud Swampland, which was nearly 10,000 feet tall. Whoosh! Whoosh! Many sonic booms resounded. Immediately, countless practitioners surged towards the middle of the Dreamcloud Swampland and the statue of the ultimate demon master appeared. No one wished to miss out on the treasures within the ultimate demon sect ruins. It actually came out on its own. Or did someone activate the supreme demon sect ruins in advance? In a water region not far from the center of the dreamy cloud swampland, a group was continuously searching. Soon after, they heard the demonic voice. Immediately, they raised their heads and saw the 10,000 feet tall statue standing not far in front of them. Zhuowen and Song Jie were most familiar with this team. It was the team from the Great Song Mansion. At this moment, the leader of the team was the Great Song Mansion's mansion master Song Jie. Behind Song Jie were Song Yang, Yao Zhisheng and a group of geniuses from the Great Song Mansion. In addition, Song Jie had also brought along most of the martial emperors from the Great Song Mansion. Mansion Master. The statue of the Lord of Ultimate Demons is not far from us. Let's set off as well. Otherwise, others will take the initiative. Song Yang suggested beside Song Jie. Yes. Let's go together. In fact, with most of the map fragments, our Great Song Mansion has already taken most of the initiative. As long as we enter the ultimate demon sect ruins, we will be able to take advantage of the situation. As Song Jie spoke, he also led many practitioners from the Great Song Mansion towards the center. Not only the Great Song Mansion, but the practitioners from the other 6 mansions also noticed the statue of the Lord of Ultimate Demons that had suddenly appeared and swarmed towards it. In an instant, a large number of practitioners swarmed towards the center like locusts. Such a large number of practitioners did not belong to the forces of the 7 mansions. Instead, they belonged to the various large and small sects or clans within the 7 mansions. Although their forces were not as strong as the 7 mansions, their numbers were extremely large. Oh! Oh! Mournful beast roars resounded throughout the Dreamcloud Swampland. There were the mournful cries of ferocious beasts being killed and the miserable cries of practitioners being devoured by ferocious beasts. The originally peaceful Dreamcloud Swampland had become a little lively at this moment. Behind the hole was a dark tunnel. Zhuowen did not know whether it was an illusion or not, but he found that there were wisps of indescribable demon chi lingering in the tunnel. The demon eye hidden in his body was also a little restless at this moment. What a strong demon chi! The Lord of Ultimate Demons is probably an extremely powerful demon cultivator. Xiao Hei's voice slowly sounded in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen nodded. However, what surprised him was that since the Lord of Ultimate Demons was the only one in the panicked world who had advanced to the Advanced Emperor realm, he should have no opponents at all. Why did he suddenly and mysteriously disappear? Moreover, he had disappeared without a trace, as if he had evaporated from the world. All of this made Zhuowen quite puzzled. Song Jie. Do you know why the Lord of the Grand Demons, who used to be so vicious, would suddenly vanish without a trace? Zhuowen suddenly asked. He was not a practitioner of the panicked world, so his knowledge of the Lord of Ultimate Demons was very shallow. He could only ask Song Jie. Song Jie, who was standing beside Zhuowen, obviously did not expect Zhuowen to suddenly ask this. He was first stunned, then he revealed a thoughtful expression and said, in fact, there are many different opinions about the truth of the disappearance of the Lord of Ultimate Demons in the panicked world. The most widely spread one is that the Lord of Ultimate Demons fought with the Guardian of the panicked world and won in the end and obtained the qualification to enter the upper world. The Guardian of the panicked world? There is an upper world. Zhuowen's eyes lit up and he immediately muttered in a low voice. You don't know about the Guardian of the panicked world and the upper world? Tsang Jie was a little curious about Zhuowen's reaction and asked in a strange manner. Zhuowen shrugged his shoulders and shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Although Tsang Jie was doubtful in his heart, he still patiently explained, I do not know much about the details. I only heard that there is an even higher world outside of the panicked world. Once your cultivation is able to break through the shackles of the advanced D level, you will possess the qualification to fight with the guardian of the panicked world. If you win, you will be sent to the upper world, obtain more resources and advance to a higher level. What if I fail? Zhuowen asked in a deep voice. Tsang Jie's pretty eyes flickered as he continued, if you fail, it will depend on your luck. If you are lucky, there might be some remnant soul left that can be reincarnated. If you are unlucky, your soul will scatter. Hearing Tsang Jie's words, Zhuowen revealed a thoughtful expression. He did not expect the panicked world to have a powerful guardian and a powerful upper world. Moreover, Zhuowen faintly guessed that the upper world was probably the third world of the Azure Dragon Palace. After all, the Lord of Grand Demon was an advanced D-level expert. Moreover, because he was a demonic cultivator, the Lord of Grand Demon was likely to be a demon emperor with terrifying battle strength. It should be relatively easy to break through the guardian of the panicked world. Let's continue forward. The Lord of Grand Demon is too far away from us. Let's search for treasures inside first. If we don't move forward, I'm afraid the people behind us will catch up. Tsang Jie urged. Zhuowen nodded and immediately followed the tunnel into the depths. At the same time, he maintained a high level of vigilance. After all, the Lord of Grand Demon statue stored the inheritance of Grand Demon's sect and many resources. If there was no danger inside, even a 3-year-old child would not believe it. There seems to be an exit in front. Tsang Jie's eyes were sharp. She suddenly pointed ahead and said. Zhuowen also noticed the white light in front of them and nodded. However, he became even more vigilant. Who knew what was waiting for him at the exit? When the two of them finally walked out of the exit, the two of them discovered that there was actually an extremely large canyon in front of them. On the mountain wall in front of the canyon, there were actually 2 narrow passageways. From the looks of it, they should lead directly to the interior of the canyon. Outside the entrances of the 2 tunnels, there was a 1-meter-tall stone tablet. One tablet had the words, Profound Ice Path, written on it, and the other tablet had the words, Scarlet Sun Path, written on it. Profound Ice Path and Scarlet Sun Path. Zhuowen softly chanted the words on the 2 tablets. He could clearly feel a blazing aura and an icy aura at the entrances of the 2 tunnels. The 2 energies of ice and fire intertwined in the 2 tunnels, faintly turning into an extremely violent energy of ice and fire. Tsang Jie originally wanted to get closer to take a look, but she was forced back by the energy of ice and fire near the tunnels. Of these 2 tunnels, one is extremely cold and the other is extremely hot. Zhuowen, which tunnel do you want to take? Tsang Jie suddenly asked. Which tunnel do you want to take? Zhuowen asked back. Tsang Jie shrugged her shoulders and said, that depends on you. In this super demon ruins, I can only rely on you for protection. Therefore, the decision is in your hands. Zhuowen smiled. Soon after, he took a step forward and walked towards the profound ice path. Tsang Jie was stunned at first, but she could only follow closely behind Zhuowen. Zhuowen naturally had his own reasons for choosing the profound ice path. This was because in his ice saint symbol, there was the profound soul ice butterfly, a yuan beast that liked the cold. Being in the profound ice path might be beneficial to the profound soul ice butterfly. This was a world of ice and snow. The whistling wind and snow were like the sharpest wind blades, blowing in all directions. The moment they entered, Zhuowen could not help but feel the hairs on his body stand. The cold chi here was even more terrifying than he had expected. So cold. Tsang Jie, who was standing beside Zhuowen, tightly hugged her chest. Her delicate body shivered as ice crystals formed on her eyebrows and long hair. Fire of the Sun. Chapter 1196. Many treasures. Pavilion. What appeared in front of Zhuowen and Song Dai was indeed a world of ice and snow. Ice crystals, rocks, and smooth mirror-like ground. Even the vegetation that grew on the ground was formed from ice and snow. Meanwhile, the sky was engulfed by a storm of ice and snow. The whistling sound of the wind tearing apart was extremely ear-piercing at this moment. What a terrifying cold chi! Just the cold chi that swept over from this world of ice and snow alone is comparable to Earth-grade cold chi. As he felt the bone-chilling cold around him, Zhuowen's eyes slightly darkened. At the same time, an extremely dazzling light erupted from the ice saint symbol on the back of his left hand. A sharp whistle sounded out, and soon after, the mysterious soul ice butterfly's large body appeared in front of Zhuowen. Woo woo woo. When the mysterious soul ice butterfly appeared, its pair of antennae intimately rubbed against Zhuowen. The furry feeling on the surface of the antennae caused Zhuowen's face to feel itchy. Little fellow, this mysterious ice path will be quite beneficial for you. Zhuowen patted the mysterious soul ice butterfly's head and said with a faint smile. As if it understood Zhuowen's words, the mysterious soul ice butterfly nodded its head. Its 5-colored eyes stared at the unceasingly raging cold chi in the sky, as a look of desire appeared in its eyes. Little fellow, escort us through this mysterious ice path first. Later, you will be able to absorb as much cold chi as you want. Zhuowen's words once again sounded out, causing the mysterious soul ice butterfly to cry out. Although it was a little reluctant, it did not dare to disobey Zhuowen's words. Swoosh! The mysterious soul ice butterfly spread its wings. Soon after, Zhuowen and Song Dai stood on its back. After the two of them steadied themselves, the mysterious soul ice butterfly transformed into a flash of lightning and flew towards the opposite side of the mysterious ice path. This is the mysterious soul ice butterfly. No wonder you chose the mysterious ice path. It turns out that you have such a ride. Song Dai was startled at first. Then, he seemed to have understood something and nodded. Zhuowen was too lazy to explain to her. When the Song Dai proposed to come with him to the ruins of the Supreme Devil sect, he already felt that something was wrong. Now, he found that the Song Dai was becoming more and more suspicious. However, he couldn't tell what was suspicious about it, it was just a feeling in his heart. The cold wind blew against Zhuowen's face, bringing him a slight chill. However, Zhuowen didn't use any defensive measures. With his current strong physical body, he didn't need to use any means. The bone-chilling cold couldn't do any harm to him. Whoosh! Soon, the profound soul ice butterfly landed on the other side of the profound ice path. There was also a tunnel on the other side. Clearly, this tunnel led to the exit of the profound ice path. Little guy, go ahead. Enjoy the cold chi in the profound ice path to your heart's content. After reaching the other side, Zhuowen patted the mysterious soul ice butterfly's head. Soon after, the mysterious soul ice butterfly cried out and flew out. It soared and instantly reached the sky above the profound ice path. The berserk cold chi swept out and was directly swallowed by the mysterious soul ice butterfly. The mysterious soul ice butterfly's aura also continuously grew stronger in the process of swallowing the cold chi. The cold chi in this mystic ice path is quite strong. It's quite beneficial for the mystic soul ice butterfly's upgrade. You can let the mystic soul ice butterfly stay here first. When this little fellow has eaten and drunk its fill, it will naturally sense your call and return to your side. Little Black's voice slowly sounded in his mind. You are right. Let's let this little guy stay here for a while. Zhuowen nodded his head. Soon after, he brought Song Dai and walked towards the exit tunnel. After walking out of the exit, the two of them arrived at an extremely simple and crude stone hall. This stone hall was only 50 to 60 feet in size and about 70 to 80 feet tall. There was a mysterious array in front of the stone hall. In addition, there was a several feet tall stone door on all four sides of the stone hall. At this moment, the stone doors were tightly shut, causing the stone hall to look like a prison. The atmosphere was quite solemn. There were various stone tables and stone stools randomly placed in the stone hall. There were about 10 of them. The instant the two of them walked into the stone hall, their footsteps paused. Zhuowen's eyes slightly focused as he surveyed the surroundings. His eyes landed on the mysterious array in the middle of the stone hall. Arriving in front of the array, Zhuowen looked down at the array pattern below his feet. His eyes flickered as he hesitantly said, "This array seems to be a teleportation array. However, it looks like it's damaged." A damaged teleportation array? Song Dai also came over. At the same time, she giggled at Zhuowen. "Zhuowen. Aren't you an arcana master? You should be quite familiar with the way of origin formations, right? Why don't you repair this array and take a look? Perhaps this teleportation array can take us to the core of the extreme demon sect ruins." Zhuowen shrugged when he saw Song Dai's appearance. He smiled bitterly. "This array is extremely mysterious. Even though I'm a grade 6 arcana master, I can only understand a portion of it, let alone repair it." Song Dai's eyes were filled with disappointment when she heard this. However, her interest quickly turned towards the 4 stone doors around the stone hall. Soon after, she arrived in front of a stone door on the east side and silently observed it. She said, "This stone hall is really strange. There's a damaged teleportation array in the middle, and there are actually 4 sealed doors around this stone hall. I really don't know what the person who designed the statue of the extreme demon lord was thinking." Zhuowen glanced indifferently at Song Dai, who was pondering over the stone door. He no longer paid any attention to it. Instead, his gaze landed on the teleportation array. He transmitted his voice to Xiao He. "Xiao He. Can you understand this teleportation array?" After waiting for around 5 breaths of time, Xiao He's voice sounded in his mind, "This teleportation array is not a yuan formation. It should be an ancient array from the ancient times. Moreover, it is extremely complicated. Although this dragon lord has some understanding of arrays, I am far from being proficient. However, I am certain that this teleportation array will definitely be able to teleport us to the core of the extreme demon sect ruins." Zhuowen's head was filled with black lines when he heard Xiao He's words. Wasn't this nonsense? However, other than this damaged teleportation array, there are 4 surrounding stone doors in this stone hall. Perhaps, behind these stone doors is another path to the core of the extreme demon sect ruins. Xiao He continued. Zhuowen's eyes revealed disappointment when he heard this. The teleportation array was placed at the center of the stone hall. It was definitely the most important thing. However, it was currently damaged and Zhuowen had no choice. It seemed that the only way to reach the depths of the extreme demon sect ruins was through the 4 stone doors around the stone hall. Rumble. Suddenly, the sound of gears turning woke Zhuowen up from his thoughts. Soon after, Zhuowen was astonished to see that the eastern stone door had unknowingly opened by itself. Song Dai, who was originally probing at the side, took a few steps back. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. "Ha! The stone door has opened. Zhuowen, look at how this lady has opened the stone door. Don't you think I'm awesome?" Song Dai skipped over to Zhuowen's side. Her beautiful eyes were filled with hope, as if she was a child who was looking forward to a reward. She stared at Zhuowen rather proudly. Zhuowen arrived in front of the eastern door and said to Song Dai in a deep voice, "How did you open it?" Song Dai giggled as she arrived in front of Zhuowen. She stretched out a flawless white finger and said with a smile, "Why don't you guess?" Looking at Song Dai's smug look, Zhuowen directly chose to ignore her. Instead, he walked over to the eastern door and carefully observed it. Suddenly, in the center of the left side of the stone door, there was a small groove. This groove should have been inlaid with a stone to act as a mechanism. Tsang Dai should have accidentally pressed the stone into the groove, causing the eastern door to open. Seeing Zhuowen ignoring her, Tsang Dai stomped her foot and waved her fist at Zhuowen's back. Her cheeks puffed up to express her dissatisfaction. Behind the eastern door was a flight of stairs that extended to the top. Moreover, this flight of stairs was in the shape of a spiral. In the range of 100 feet above the stairs, there was a thick layer of fog. At a glance, it was impossible to see what was above the 100 feet. "Do you want to go up and take a look?" Zhuowen turned around and asked Tsang Dai behind him. Tsang Dai pouted, turned her head, and said in a muffled voice, "No, if you want to go, you go." Looking at Tsang Dai's expression, Zhuowen knew that this little girl should be angry with his behavior just now. However, he didn't care too much and said indifferently, "I'll go up first to explore. If it's not dangerous, I'll use the communication jade talisman to inform you. Then you can come up. How about it?" Tsang Dai's beautiful eyes rolled as she nodded and said, "Okay, you can explore for me." Zhuowen nodded and immediately took a step forward. Then, he walked up step by step. After he walked up 100 feet and passed through the layer of fog, he saw through the gap in the fog and discovered that on the other side of the gap, there was actually a long white jade bridge about 100 feet long. This long white jade bridge was like a rootless duckweed, floating in the void on the other side of the fog. This bridge was extremely exquisite, with carved railings and jades. One end was connected to the exit of the fog, and the other end was connected to the floating four-cornered pavilion in the middle of the space. This pavilion was 150 m tall and was divided into 3 floors. It was completely carved out of beautiful jade that was sparkling and glowing. It stood towering in midair like a jade platform in an immortal realm, and there were 3 large words written on the top of the pavilion, "Bountiful Treasures Pavilion." There's actually a floating pavilion here. Could it be that there are treasures in this pavilion? Zhuowen didn't immediately step onto the long white jade bridge. Instead, he carefully observed the pavilion. Only then did he discover that on the other side of the pavilion, there was actually a flight of stairs that led to an even higher level. It seemed that that was the path to the next checkpoint. Taking out the communication jade talisman, Zhuowen sent a message to Tsang Dai and waited silently. However, after waiting for a quarter of an hour, Tsang Dai still hadn't come up. This caused Zhuowen to frown slightly. Why hasn't she come up yet? Could it be that something happened? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Zhuowen walked down the stairs and quickly arrived at the east entrance. Immediately, he saw that Tsang Dai was still in the stone hall, but she was actually standing in the middle of the array. Moreover, her jade-like hands were gently waving, as if she was focused on doing something to the array. Chapter 1197. Teleportation Array, Tsang Dai. What are you doing? Seeing the scene in the stone hall, Zhuowen frowned. He realized that the current Tsang Dai was rather strange, especially the black chi that was being emitted from Tsang Dai's jade-like hands. It actually contained a strange demonic intent, and this demonic intent caused him to be extremely fearful. Tsang Dai did not pay attention to Zhuowen, who was calling out to him from behind. Instead, he concentrated on fiddling with his hands. The black chi in his hands became denser and denser, faintly showing signs of turning purple. The demonic nature that was being emitted from them also became more and more strange. As he got closer, Zhuowen realized that Tsang Dai was actually repairing the broken teleportation array in the middle of the stone hall. Furthermore, from the looks of it, it seemed that the teleportation array was about to be completely repaired. Boom! When Zhuowen was within 5 meters of the teleportation array, a burst of black chi rushed over and fiercely smashed into his chest. Fortunately, Zhuowen reacted in time and spat out the power of his right palm, smashing into the black qi. Bang! A dull explosive sound rang out, and Zhuowen retreated a few steps. His eyes narrowed, revealing an extreme chill. The current Song Dai was simply too strange. The instant Zhuowen retreated, the teleportation array in the middle of the stone hall actually burst out with a blazing black light. Under the illumination of this black light, the entire stone hall appeared to be pitch black. Within the pitch-black light, there were numerous ghosts that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, constantly wreaking havoc. Ha! Is the repair finally complete? At the same time, Song Dai, who was waving her jade-like hands, finally stopped. Soon after, she slowly turned around, her eyes revealing a pitch-black light as she quietly stared at Zhuowen. Who are you? Looking at the demonic Song Dai in front of him, Zhuowen's heart actually palpitated as he asked in a deep voice. Song Dai quietly stared at Zhuowen, and said with a sweet smile, I am Song Dai, don't tell me that you don't recognize me the moment you go up. You are not Song Dai. Who are you? Zhuowen snorted coldly. He took a step forward and dashed towards the dish that was filled with demonic nature. He stretched out his right hand and the power of Buddhism gushed out. He punched out, and the wind from his fist howled. The corners of Tsang Jie's mouth curled up into a smile as he stepped into the array that was still being repaired. Instantly, a black light burst out from the array and a demonic aura spread out. The entire stone hall was shrouded in demonic clouds. The demonic clouds that permeated the air caused the entire stone hall to freeze. Zhuowen also felt a heavy pressure weighing down on his body. Boundless Buddha's light. Zhuowen let out a low snort. His entire body was filled with Buddhist light, and the surrounding demonic clouds were instantly dispelled under the illumination of the Buddhist light. Whoosh! The moment the devil cloud was dispelled, Zhuowen took a step forward, turning into a blur as he rushed towards the transmission array in front of him, intending to stop Song Dai from leaving. Zhuowen, it's too late. You won't be able to stop me. As soon as Song Dai finished speaking, he disappeared from the teleportation array, leaving Zhuowen with nothing to show for it. This transmission array has been repaired by Song Dai in some way. Can you try to activate it again? Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen nodded and stepped into the transmission array. He exerted force from his right hand, intending to activate the transmission array under his feet. Suddenly, the black light from before appeared again. It can be used. A trace of pleasant surprise appeared in Zhuowen's eyes when he saw this scene. However, he was soon disappointed to discover that the dark black light around the teleportation array only lasted for a moment before it completely disappeared and came to a halt. This. Zhuowen's eyes were slightly startled. The transmission array on the other side should have been destroyed by Song Dai. Therefore, even if your transmission array is intact, it will be useless. You won't be able to teleport over, Xiao Hei said in a deep voice. This guy, Zhuowen muttered to himself angrily. At the same time, he was even more puzzled about Song Dai in his heart. Who was this Song Dai? From the demonic light emitted from its body, it seemed like Song Dai was possessed by some kind of demon. Looking at the transmission array, it should be the core area of the extreme demon sect ruins. I'm afraid that the greatest benefits inside will be taken by Song Dai, Xiao Hei said with an ugly expression. Zhuowen nodded and asked in a deep voice, then what should we do now? Since the transmission array can't be used, you can only go down the road from the east gate. After all, it's impossible for there to be 4 stone gates around the stone hall for no reason, Xiao Hei analyzed. It seems that I can only go to the east gate. However, there should be some treasures in the treasure pavilion at the east gate. When the time comes, I will go in and take a look. Zhuowen nodded. Just as he was about to step out, he suddenly frowned and his eyes revealed a cold expression. What's wrong? Xiao Hei also noticed Zhuowen's expression and suddenly asked. The profound soul ice butterfly suddenly sent me a distress signal. I'm afraid that it has encountered some kind of danger in the profound ice path, Zhuowen said with a somewhat ugly expression. Xiao He was taken aback. Soon after, she said in a somewhat cold voice, encountered danger. I have to go take a look at the profound ice path first. As he spoke, Zhuowen took a step forward and rushed towards the profound ice path. At this moment, in the profound ice path that was filled with ice and snow storms, a resentful cry continuously sounded out. Immediately, above the ice and snow storm, the profound soul ice butterfly continuously flapped its wings. Under the profound soul ice butterfly's control, the ice and snow storm wreaked havoc in the entire profound ice path. Below the ice and snow storm, a figure stood in the air. Yuan power continuously surged out from his body, faintly blocking all of the ice and snow storm controlled by the profound soul ice butterfly, and even showing signs of suppressing it. I never imagined that we would encounter such a rare Yuan beast like the profound soul ice butterfly on the profound ice path. Such a Yuan beast has the potential to become a demon emperor. If properly nurtured, it will be of great benefit to our great Zhou Institute in the future. On the other side of the battlefield stood a group led by a muscular middle-aged man in bronze armor. If Zhuowen was here, he would definitely recognize this person as the Great Zhou Institute's headmaster, Zhou Bin. Standing behind Zhou Bin were naturally the numerous practitioners of the Great Zhou Institute. Oh! Zhou Chang has used the Qiongqi bronze sword. Looks like the outcome of this battle has already been decided. A smile hung from the corners of Zhou Bin's mouth as he softly said. At this moment, amidst the endless wind and snow, Zhou Chang's gaze was eerily cold. The bronze sword in his hand suddenly slashed out. Green sword aura surged out like the scorching sun, forming an incomparably enormous Qiongqi beast. A Wu. The Qiongqi beast's body was enormous, so large that it seemed to blot out the sun. Its torrential aura practically covered the profound soul ice butterfly. It opened its bloody mouth and suddenly inhaled. Immediately, the endless wind and snow in the surroundings were sucked into its mouth, causing the raging wind and snow in the surroundings to completely disappear. Swoosh! The instant the wind and snow disappeared, light gushed out from Zhou Chang's eyes. He took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the profound soul ice butterfly. A grim expression filled the corners of his mouth as he chuckled, "Little bastard. Previously, I was unable to take you down because you had the profound ice path's ice storm for you to use. Now, let's see what else you can fight with me for. Obediently become my mount." As he spoke, the bronze sword in Zhou Chang's right hand slashed out. The profound soul ice butterfly shrieked as it spread its wings. Countless ice arrows shot out, forming a rain of arrows that enveloped Zhou Chang's entire body. Zhou Chang's gaze was eerily cold. He twirled the bronze sword and the green sword aura turned into an oval sword shield, blocking the rain of arrows. At the same time, Zhou Chang took a step forward and arrived in front of the profound soul ice butterfly. The bronze sword slashed out horizontally, heavily slamming into the profound soul ice butterfly's body. A Wu! The profound soul ice butterfly let out a sorrowful cry. An extremely terrifying wound had appeared on its lower abdomen, causing it to suddenly fall from the sky. Bang! Zhou Chang slowly landed on the ground with a sinister smile on his face. He slowly walked towards the profound soul ice butterfly. When he arrived in front of the profound soul ice butterfly, he nonchalantly said, "Submit to me and I will properly train you." The profound soul ice butterfly's eyes were filled with resentment. It turned its head, completely ignoring Zhou Chang. As for the latter's words, it naturally would not listen. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? Zhou Chang's gaze turned cold. He lifted his foot and suddenly stomped down. He was going to properly teach this damned profound soul ice butterfly a lesson. However, the moment his right foot was about to land, a monstrous killing intent enveloped his entire body, causing his right foot to be unable to land for a long time. This killing intent was very terrifying, so terrifying that it caused his heart to palpitate. You can try to stomp down. A cold voice resounded in front of the profound ice path. The profound soul ice butterfly, which was originally squinting, suddenly raised its head. Its colorful eyes were filled with joy. It knew that its master had come to save it. When Zhou Chang heard this voice, his pupils shrank to the size of needles. This voice was simply too familiar to him. Or rather, it could be said that he simply could not forget it. Zhuowen. Slowly raising his head and staring at the slowly approaching figure, Zhou Chang softly murmured with an ugly expression. Zhuowen walked up to the profound soul ice butterfly and coldly stared at Zhou Chang. He said, "The profound soul ice butterfly is my mount. You dare to steal from me?" In response to Zhuowen's question, Zhou Chang narrowed his eyes and indifferently said, "This profound soul ice butterfly is clearly absorbing the icy qi on the profound ice path by itself. It doesn't look like it has an owner at all. Since when did it become yours? Then you're saying that you want to steal from me?" Zhuowen took a step forward and Buddhist power surged out. Immediately, a dazzling golden Buddha figure stepped out from his body. Zhuowen's eyes exploded with golden light as they stared straight at Zhou Chang, causing the latter to feel a chill in his heart. Back then, during the hero competition, he was completely defeated by this Buddha figure in front of everyone's eyes. Zhou Chang had personally experienced how terrifying Zhuowen's strength was back then. However, many of the great Song Mansion's cultivators were behind him. Therefore, Zhou Chang was not very worried about Zhuowen messing around. He coldly said, "It's clearly you who stole from me. I think you're twisting the truth." "Twisting the truth?" Zhuowen laughed. Zhuowen's Buddha figure took a step forward and fiercely punched out. The fist radiance seemed to be plated with gold as it exploded with boundless Buddhist light. Zhou Chang was caught off guard. He simply did not expect Zhuowen to directly attack. In a panic, he blocked the punch and was forced to retreat dozens of steps with a groan. Chapter 1198. Giant Beast Swoosh Swoosh Swoosh. The instant Zhou Chang was pushed back by Zhuowen, Zhou Bin led the Great Zhou Institute to Zhou Chang's side. Zhou Bin's eyes narrowed slightly as he coldly stared at Zhuowen and said, "Zhuowen, what is the meaning of this?" Zhuowen's eyes were filled with wariness as he looked at Zhou Bin standing beside Zhou Chang. Zhou Bin's aura was even stronger than the great Song Mansion's Cangjie. Zhuowen estimated that this person was at least a 5th-level emperor. Such an expert was not someone he could contend against at the moment. Zhuowen indifferently retorted, "Nothing much. This profound soul ice butterfly is my mount. This Zhou Chang doesn't know what's good for him and actually has designs on my mount. He's simply courting death. Is there anything wrong with me stopping him? Ha! This profound soul ice butterfly appeared on the profound ice path. Why do you claim that it's yours the moment you arrive? Zhuowen, you can't be so shameless." Zhou Chang coldly snorted and mocked. Although he was extremely wary of Zhuowen's strength, he naturally did not place Zhuowen in his eyes with Zhou Bin's support. Since Zhou Chang has already said so, it's obvious that you're trying to snatch it from him. You're really bold. Zhou Bin's eyes were eerily cold as he took a step forward. Terrifying emperor pressure gushed out as a wisp of killing intent completely locked onto Zhuowen, causing Zhuowen's body to stiffen. Zhuowen's eyelids twitched violently. Zhou Bin had completely locked onto him with killing intent without any hesitation. How could he not know the reason behind this? It was definitely because Zhuowen had helped the Great Song Mansion gain the limelight during the hero competition, causing the Great Zhou Institute to lose the qualifications to be the victor. Therefore, Zhou Bin was targeting him like this. Ha! Zhou Bin, you're already so old, yet you're bullying the young. Don't you feel ashamed? A long laugh sounded from behind the instant Zhou Bin's killing intent locked onto Zhuowen. Soon after, another group that was not any weaker than the Great Zhou Institute landed near Zhuowen. The leader of the group landed beside Zhuowen. With a wave of his sleeve, he immediately withdrew the emperor pressure released by Zhou Bin. Palace Master Cangjie. Looking at the imposing figure beside him, Zhuowen bowed and spoke respectfully. Cangjie smiled and said to Zhuowen, "You don't have to do that. Zhuowen, you are also a member of the Great Song Mansion. If Zhou Bin wants to avenge his personal grudge, I, Cangjie, will not let him succeed." Sure enough, Zhou Bin's face turned slightly ugly when he heard that. Although his strength was considered to be extremely strong among the 7 mansion masters, Cangjie of the Great Song Mansion was not weak either. If Cangjie really wanted to protect Zhuowen, there was nothing he could do. Zhou. Let's wait and see. Zhou Bin's eyes flickered. In the end, he gave up on the conflict with the Great Song Manor. Their goal in entering the Great Demon Sect ruins was to obtain the numerous treasures of the Great Demon Sect. If they started a war with the Great Song Manor because of Zhuowen, it would undoubtedly be an extremely unwise action. As he spoke, Zhou Bin led the group from the Great Zhou Institute and Great Song Manor to the other side of the mysterious ice path. Let's go too. Cangjie shot a glance at the black soul ice butterfly squatting beside Zhuowen. He did not say anything and merely gave a shout before leading the group and following closely behind. Every second was a race against time. If one's actions were not fast enough, all the treasures would be snatched away. Zhuowen knew that Cangjie should have also recognized the black soul ice butterfly. However, he did not say anything. Evidently, he did not have any improper thoughts about Zhuowen's black soul ice butterfly. This caused Zhuowen to have a much better impression of him. The 2 groups from the Great Song Manor and the Great Zhou Institute also arrived at the stone hall at the exit of the mysterious ice path. Zhou Bin and Cangjie also noticed the teleportation array at the center of the stone hall. However, they lost interest when they discovered that the teleportation array could not be activated. There are 4 stone doors here. The eastern door has already been opened. Perhaps behind these 4 doors is the passageway that leads to the depths of the Great Demon Sect ruins. Zhou Bin's gaze landed on the already opened eastern door as he spoke in an indifferent voice. Won't we know once we go in? Cangjie smiled. Zhou Bin nodded. Soon after, he said, from the looks of it, the stairs can only accommodate 10 people at most. We will each send 4 people to follow the 2 of us into the eastern door. If there really is a passageway, we will use the communication jade token to inform them. Cangjie naturally did not have any objections. Soon after, the 2 great manor heads began to select the people to enter. Cangjie turned around and smiled, Cang Yang, Cang Fei, Cang Yong and Zhuowen. The 4 of you will follow me. Upon hearing this, Cang Yang, Zhuowen and the other 3 naturally acknowledged. They all knew that there was an 80% chance that there would be a unique treasure on the stairs. Therefore, the first batch of people to enter would basically be able to obtain considerable benefits. However, within the Great Song Institute group, Yao Zhisheng's heart turned cold. Cangjie did not pick him, but Zhuowen. It was very obvious that in Cangjie's heart, Yao Zhisheng's importance was far inferior to Zhuowen. This caused Yao Zhisheng's resentment towards Zhuowen to grow even more. Zhou Bin was also one of the 4 people selected from the Great Zhou Institute group. Naturally, the 2 great geniuses, Zhou Hui and Zhou Chang, were among them. The gazes that the 2 of them used to look at Zhuowen were filled with hostility. Because of Zhuowen, the 2 of them had lost all face during the hero gathering. How could they possibly give Zhuowen any face? Zhuowen did not pay too much attention to the numerous hostile gazes around him. What he cared about was the identity of the person who had completely repaired the teleportation array and teleported it away. In particular, the demonic nature on Song Dai's body was just too terrifying. Even though Zhuowen had the experience of cultivating the demonic path, he still felt a throbbing sensation from Tsang Dai's body at that time. What he was most puzzled about was who exactly Tsang Dai was. Back then, when Tsang Dai had planned to search the extreme demon sect ruins with Zhe, he had already felt that something was amiss. Everything that had happened now coincidentally confirmed Zhuowen's initial premonition. I feel that Tsang Dai is somewhat related to the extreme demon sect. Moreover, their relationship should be quite deep. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to repair such a complicated teleportation array in the stone hall by himself. Xiao Hei's grave voice sounded out in Zhuowen's mind, causing Zhuowen to repeatedly nod his head. Soon after, Zhuowen softly sighed and transmitted a message, only by first entering the core area of the extreme demon sect will we perhaps be able to find out who Tsang Dai is? Yes. You should be careful from now on. It would be best if you follow behind the Great Tsang Mansion and the Great Zhou Institute. After all, Tsang Jia and Zhou Bin are not weak and can help you sweep away many obstacles ahead. After Xiao Hei finished speaking, his voice gradually quietened down. Since we have already chosen our people, let's go up and take a look. Zhou Bin waved his sleeves and took the lead to step onto the stairs with Zhou Chang and the other three. Not to be outdone, Tsang Jia followed closely behind. The group of 10 quickly passed through the heavy mist above. Through the crack in front of the mist, they saw the long white jade bridge across the void and the treasure pavilion at the end of the long bridge. Treasure pavilion? Don't tell me there are treasures inside. Zhou Bin stared at the pavilion and muttered in a low voice. Light flickered in his eyes. Let's go in and take a look. Tsang Jia was rather decisive in his actions. After speaking, he stepped onto the long white jade bridge. Zhou Bin was naturally not to be outdone and followed behind Tsang Jia. The geniuses from the two manors followed behind the two manor heads and silently walked onto the long white jade bridge. Zhuowen, on the other hand, followed behind him silently. No one knew what he was thinking. The instant the 10 of them were about to reach the entrance of the treasure pavilion, the entire long white jade bridge suddenly trembled violently. Soon after, a deafening roar sounded from the endless abyss below the bridge. Swoosh! Soon after, a several hundred feet large black shadow dashed out from the bottom of the abyss. Be careful! Zhou Bin and Tsang Jia shouted at the same time. Soon after, 2 terrifying emperor auras gushed out. The 2 of them rushed out and directly rushed towards the huge black shadow. Boom boom boom. The earth quaked and the mountains swayed. Even the treasure pavilion trembled because of this vibration. Standing on the long bridge, Song Yang, Zhuowen and the rest revealed looks of astonishment. One after another, they leapt into the air and hovered in the air as they stared at the terrifying and intense battle not far away. Only then did Zhuowen see the true appearance of the black shadow that had suddenly rushed out from the abyss. The beast was more than 100 feet long and looked like a tadpole. It was pitch black and had horns on its back. Its tail was dozens of feet long like a fish's tail. There is such a terrifying giant beast in the abyss. This giant beast's power is not weaker than an ordinary mid-level emperor. Moreover, its physical body is extremely terrifying. Zhou Chang muttered with a slightly pale face. The other 7 did not look any better. The giant beast's power was indeed terrifying. If the 8 of them were to face this giant beast, they would probably be in deep trouble. Zhuowen heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, he hadn't rashly gone to the treasure pavilion alone. If he had to face this giant beast alone, his fate wouldn't have been good. Zhou Bin and Tsang Jia's strength was considered quite powerful among mid-level emperors. Although the giant beast was ferocious and had a thick skin, it was still no match for Zhou Bin and Tsang Jia's combined strength. With a mournful cry, the giant beast exploded into a cloud of blood mist under Zhou Bin and Tsang Jia's attacks. Countless drops of blood turned into a rain of blood and sprinkled down. Swoosh swoosh. Zhou Bin and Sangjie returned to the long white jade bridge. They were slightly out of breath and their chests were heaving up and down. Obviously, it was not easy for them to deal with this giant beast. What kind of meta beast is this? Why is it so difficult to deal with? Zhou Bin frowned and asked. Sangjie shook his head and smiled bitterly. I don't know. Fortunately, the two of us joined forces. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to deal with if we were to face it alone. Let's not talk about this. Let's enter the treasure pavilion and have a look. Perhaps there will be good things inside. Chapter 1199. Super Devil Fighting Arts. The area inside the multi-treasure pavilion was quite large. There were rows of round jade platforms that were about 10 feet high inside. These jade platforms were of different sizes. They were carved out of beautiful white sparkling jade. They were densely distributed in the pavilion. There were lights flashing on the jade platforms. Above the jade platforms, there were semicircular light shields of different colors. Through these light shields, Zhuoan and the others could see some objects floating in the light shields. At the same time, on both sides of the pavilion's entrance, there were two stone statues, each of which was about 10 feet high. These stone statues depicted a demon statue with rolling black gas. These two demon statues seemed out of place in the treasure pavilion, which was full of jewelry. Because these two demon statues were not very conspicuous, Zhou Bin, Sangjie and the others subconsciously ignored them. Only Zhuoan took a second look at these demon statues, because he could feel that the demonic aura of these two demon statues was somewhat similar to that of Tsang Di, who had disappeared in the teleportation formation. You can only take one treasure from the treasure pavilion. Once you take it, you will be teleported out. A thunder-like voice was emitted from within the pavilion. After it was transmitted 3 times, it became silent. You can only take one treasure, and you will be teleported out. Zhou Bin and Sangjie looked at each other with a strange look in their eyes. Zhou Chang, Zhou Hui, Zhou Lan and Zhou Yi, the 4 of you search carefully in this pavilion. It's best to pick the best treasure before you go out. Do you understand? Zhou Bin said to the 4 people behind him. The 4 of them nodded. Immediately, they turned into 4 shadows and rushed toward the 4 directions of the pavilion, intending to pick the best treasure to bring out. Since there was a rule that stated that they could only take one treasure, they naturally had to do so and strive to get the best treasure to bring out. It was the same in the Great Song Mansion. They all spread out, hoping to find the best treasure to bring out. However, when they observed the treasures on the jade platforms, they found that the light shields could actually block the detection of mind sense. In other words, they did not know the true appearance of the treasures inside the light shields. They could not even detect the aura of the treasures. After realizing this, everyone stopped picking treasures. Zhou Bin and Sangjie's faces were slightly ugly. What should we do? Zhou Bin asked Sangjie. Sigh. The person who designed this store of treasures is really insidious. Although there are many treasures in the store of treasures, they are all hidden. We have no way to choose these treasures. Sangjie said helplessly. Since that's the case, we can only try them one by one. Zhou Lan, pick a treasure and take a look. Zhou Bin instructed Zhou Lan, who was not far away. Zhou Lan nodded. She stepped out and casually arrived in front of a jade platform. She stretched out her right hand and a terrifying origin energy crushed out, shattering the light barrier and retrieving the treasure inside. This treasure was a large blade that emitted flames. The moment this blade appeared, the surrounding temperature rose. It's only a low-grade Emperor rank spirit treasure. Zhou Bin frowned slightly when he saw the flaming saber in Zhou Lan's hand, and he spoke with slight displeasure. Whoosh! The instant Zhou Lan pulled out the blazing blade, a pillar of light enveloped her. In the next second, Zhou Lan was sent out. It seems that the voice was right. Once a treasure is taken, the store of treasures will send you out. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. After Zhou Lan was sent out, Zhou Bin repeated the same trick and allowed the remaining 3 people to choose their own treasures. However, it was a pity that the treasures chosen by the 3 of them were basically monarch's soul treasures. This caused Zhou Bin's expression to become somewhat ugly. At his level of cultivation, emperor rank spirit treasures were really difficult to catch his eye. Only emperor weapons could truly move him. Sangjia's method was similar to Zhou Bin's, but Sangjia's luck was much better than Zhou Bin's. Sangyang actually got a low-grade emperor weapon, which caused Zhou Bin's gaze to turn slightly unfriendly. Zhuowen. Do you want to choose first? At this moment, only Zhou Bin, Sangjia, and Zhuowen were left in the store of treasures. Sangjia looked at Zhuowen and asked. Zhuowen shook his head and said with a smile, I'm not in a hurry. I still want to take a look. Maybe I can see some amazing emperor weapons. Sangjia shook his head when he heard Zhuowen's bold words. Apparently, he did not care too much about Zhuowen's words. However, Zhou Bin sneered again and again. Since Zhuowen was not in a hurry to choose, Zhou Bin and Sangjia naturally would not accompany Zhuowen. After scanning the interior of the pavilion, Sangjia and Zhou Bin did not hesitate to choose their own treasures. However, they were very smart. They directly put their treasures into their spirit rings and did not show the array of treasures to each other. Whoosh! 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 2 pillars of light rang out. Then, Sangjia and Zhou Bin were sent away by the transmission array. In an instant, only Zhuowen was left in the store of treasures. Xiao He. Do you feel that the aura of the 2 demon statues beside the door is very similar to that of the Tsang dish? Zhuowen stood quietly and suddenly asked. Xiao He nodded and said, they are indeed similar. Go and take a look. Maybe you can find something different. Hearing this, Zhuowen took a step forward. The demon statue was not a treasure on the jade platform in the store of treasures. Even if Zhuowen put it away, it would not be sent away by the store of treasures. Previously, Sangjia and Zhou Bin were there, so Zhuowen did not act rashly. Coming in front of the demon statue, Zhuowen quietly looked at it. Soon, he found that the face of the demon statue was very blurry, as if its face was covered by a layer of fog. After observing for a long time, Zhuowen did not find anything. His eyes flashing, Zhuowen murmured in a low voice, let's see if the demon eye has any effect on it. As he spoke, a crack appeared between Zhuowen's brows, and an incomparably black demonic eye appeared. Subsequently, a demonic light shot out from the demonic eye and imprinted itself between the brows of the 2 demonic figures. Boom! Soon after, Zhuowen was shocked to discover that the originally blurry faces of the 2 golems had actually started to become clear. At the same time, their tightly shut eyes slowly opened, revealing a pair of demonic pupils. Zhuowen could see a vast amount of information in those pupils. The demon battle art is a demonic cultivation code created by the Lord of the Grand Demons. This code can completely control the power of the demonic path, so demonic cultivators will no longer suffer from the power of the demonic path. It can make demonic cultivators use the power of the demonic path and enslave them. Moreover, the demon battle art can pour Yuan Qi into the body and convert it into demon battle Qi. The demon battle Qi is even more terrifying than Yuan Qi. Demonic cultivators who obtain the demon battle Qi will be able to battle the heavens, earth, and gods. They will possess unparalleled power. Zhuowen's eyes shone brightly as he slowly opened them. He never thought that he would actually obtain the grand demonic battle method that the grand demonic lord had created in the past within the 2 statues. Crack! After obtaining the extreme demonic battle art, the 2 demonic figures in front of Zhuowen crumbled. Then, 2 round beads surrounded by black energy appeared within the 2 demonic figures. The demonic chi within these two beads is so dense. Moreover, the demonic chi is even more powerful than ordinary demonic chi. Is this the so-called demon battle chi? Zhuowen could not help but exclaim when he sensed the powerful demonic chi within the two beads. It should be the demon battle chi. Kid, if you absorb the demon battle chi in here, I sense that your power of the demonic path will reach the 5th layer. At that time, you'll be able to create a demonic body with the Buddha demon eyes. At that time, your battle prowess will increase once again if the 3 clones of the Buddha, demon, and human merge into one, Xiao He suddenly said excitedly. Zhuowen nodded and said, I'll stay in the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion for 3 days. It would be best if I'm able to rely on the Great Devil Chi to deduce the 5th level of the bedevilment path. If I'm unable, then I'll leave directly. Yes. You can. After all, you're currently in the Great Demon Sect ruins. If you cultivate for too long, I'm afraid that the good things inside would have already been taken away by others. Xiao He agreed. After saying that, Zhuowen did not waste any more time. He sat down cross-legged on the spot and held a bead in his right hand. He began to circulate the demonic path in his body. Immediately, surging demon chi enveloped Zhuowen's entire body, causing the current Zhuowen to appear extremely strange. 3 days passed slowly. During this period, other mansion masters also arrived at the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. Although they also noticed Zhuowen, who was surrounded by surging demon chi in the corner, they did not have the slightest intention of disturbing Zhuowen. After all, the other mansion masters also knew that Zhuowen was a member of the Great Tsang Mansion. If they secretly killed Zhuowen, the Great Tsang Mansion's Tsangjie would probably kill them. In addition, the demon chi surrounding Zhuowen gave everyone an extremely powerful feeling. Therefore, although Zhuowen was cultivating there, the recent warriors of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion seemed to treat Zhuowen as a stone statue and had no intention of disturbing him at all. When the 3rd day arrived, the demon chi around Zhuowen suddenly surged. Then, the surging black demon chi fell in front of Zhuowen and began to squirm continuously. Finally, it formed an incomparably black body. This figure was filled with a powerful demonic aura. His pitch-black hair was mixed with a dark red blood color, giving off a strange blood-black color. There were 3 bloody scars on his cold and indifferent face. His demonic eyes were a mixture of black and red, giving him a strange appearance. Boom! The demonic body slowly landed on the ground and suddenly opened its eyes. Suddenly, demon chi surged out and formed a terrifying demon cloud in the void behind it. At this moment, many warriors had entered the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. When these warriors saw the figure in the corner of the pavilion, they all stopped in their tracks and a look of fear flashed in their eyes. Chapter 1200. Demon Body. Zhuowen, who was sitting cross-legged behind the demonic body, slowly stood up. His eyes flickered. In the past 3 days, with the help of the extreme demonic battle chi, Zhuowen had finally reached the 5th level of the bedevilment force. At the same time, he had also triggered the power of the demonic eye, which gave birth to this demonic body filled with extreme demonic battle chi. Whoosh! With a wave of his right hand, Zhuowen summoned the Buddha body. He slowly walked between the Buddha body and the demonic body. He looked at Zhuowen, who was covered in Buddha light, and then at Zhuowen, who was covered in demonic chi. The 3 of them smiled at the same time. The Buddha's eye and the demon's eye can be separated. When they are combined, will the Buddha's and the demon's bodies fuse together and create a different type of Buddha's and demon's bodies? Zhuowen took a few steps back and stared at the backs of the Buddha and demon bodies. Then, with a thought, the Buddha and demon bodies slowly approached each other under Zhuowen's control. The Buddha stretched out its left hand, which was filled with Buddhist power, while the demon body stretched out its right hand, which was filled with raging demon chi. The moment their left and right hands came into contact, the Buddhist power and demon power began to merge, and an extremely terrifying power was being nurtured. Rumble. A muffled thunder-like sound rang out. The Buddhist and demon energies began to fuse together, forming a golden and black spiral sphere. Within this golden and black spiral sphere, a destructive energy overflowed. This new energy formed from the fusion of the Buddhist and demon energies was extremely terrifying. What kind of energy is this? Why does it have such a terrifying aura? Inside the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion, many warriors were attracted by Zhuowen's actions. When they saw the Buddha and demon bodies clasping their hands together, they felt a strong sense of shock in their hearts as the two opposing energies of Buddhism and demon Tao combined to form a new energy. Just a trace of the new energy's aura was enough to make them shudder in fear. If they were to face this energy, they could imagine that they would definitely be blasted to pieces. Brat! Quickly retract this Buddhist demonic energy, otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Xiao Hei's urgent voice suddenly rang out, causing Zhuowen's mind to tremble. Just as he was about to use his mind to control the Buddha and devil bodies to immediately leave, the Buddha and devil powers between the Buddha and devil bodies began to swell violently. Its size continued to increase and its power became even more terrifying and intense. Not good, it's too late. Zhuowen's pupils shrank to the size of needles. With a thought, the Buddha body and the demon body turned into the Buddha demon eye and drilled into Zhuowen's forehead. Soon after, Zhuowen took a step forward and immediately arrived in front of the jade platform closest to him. He punched out with his right fist and the light shield on the jade platform shattered. Zhuowen did not even look at what kind of treasure he was holding. After taking it out, a teleportation force enveloped him and he turned into a light pillar and left the treasure house. Zhuowen's speed was extremely fast. He completed this series of actions in the blink of an eye. Many of the cultivators in the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion did not even have time to react before Zhuowen disappeared into the light pillar. When these warriors finally reacted, they discovered that the Buddha and devil powers created by Zhuowen had erupted. Thus, everyone began to panic. Just like Zhuowen, they immediately took a treasure and left. Unfortunately, they missed the best time to escape. The explosive power of the Buddha demon energy was too terrifying. It almost enveloped the entire multi-treasure pavilion. The warriors who were still in the multi-treasure pavilion were instantly enveloped by this violent energy. Soon after, miserable screams rang out one after another. Zhuowen, who had already left, naturally didn't care about those cultivators who had suffered an unexpected calamity. Or rather, he simply didn't know that Zhuowen was currently in a rather spacious passageway. In this passageway, there were many hard metal arms and legs scattered about. They should be some kind of powerful puppet. It seems that many people have already passed through here. I have to catch up with them quickly. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He took a step forward, turned into a black lightning, and disappeared into the passageway. As for Zhuowen, he was actually quite satisfied with obtaining the super demonic battle art and super demonic battle chi, especially with the help of the super demonic battle chi to push bedevilment to the 5th level and create a demonic body. The demonic body's offensive power was even more terrifying than the Buddha body. If the demonic body could become a demon emperor, its power would be extremely terrifying. It might even be able to fight against a mid-level martial emperor. However, Zhuowen was disappointed at the combination of the Buddha and the demonic body had failed. It seemed that he would have to work harder in this aspect. After all, the combination of the Buddha and the demonic body was indeed very tempting. What a strong smell of blood! Shuttling through the passageway, Zhuowen quickly sensed that there was an extremely strong smell of blood in the air. The smell of blood lingered in Zhuowen's nose, causing him to frown slightly. Even though he cultivated the demon Tao of massacre, he still felt a chill in the terrifying smell of blood. How many people did one have to kill to produce such a terrifying smell of blood? Moreover, Zhuowen found that the deeper he went into the passageway, the thicker the smell of blood became. It almost made him feel nauseous, which made him feel strange. Finally, after shuttling through the passageway for nearly an hour, Zhuowen came to a large hall. This hall was extremely large, spanning dozens of miles. The entire hall was blood red, and the four walls of this hall were piled up with piles of bones. At this moment, at the very center of this hall of bones, there was a blood pool that was several miles wide. Countless corpses were piled up around the blood pool. The entire scene was like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, which was extremely terrifying and strange. Moreover, the blood pool was even more strange. Countless blood vessel-like branches grew out of it, which pounced on the surrounding corpses and began to suck the blood from the corpses. The blood flowed along these vessel-like branches and constantly flowed into the blood pool, causing the blood pool to constantly churn. During this period, there were even blood-colored bubbles. Zhuowen frowned slightly. This hall of bones was really too strange. Moreover, the thick smell of blood made him feel nauseous. This feeling was definitely not a physical one, but a spiritual one. No. Don't suck my blood, don't. Among the countless corpses, a figure bathed in blood screamed and hurriedly crawled away from the side of the blood pool, wanting to leave the blood pool. However, the countless blood vessel-like branches that grew out of the blood pool were like the toughest ropes in the world, binding the figure in a sorry state. Save me! Save me! The person quickly noticed Zhuowen, who had just arrived at the hall. His throat was dry, and he used his right hand to ask for help from Zhuowen. Without any hesitation, Zhuowen took a step forward and arrived in front of the man. The 7 kills saber in his hand swept out and slashed out. Immediately, the blood vessels and branches that were entangling the man were all shattered. Blood gushed out like a water column. After severing these blood vessels and branches, Zhuowen extended his left hand and grabbed the person. Just as he was about to fly away, countless blood vessels and branches surged out from the blood pool, wrapping around Zhuowen's limbs and bones from all directions. Moreover, they completely sealed off his path of retreat. Sword fire ultimacy. Zhuowen coldly snorted as mental energy gushed out from his Naiwen palace. Subsequently, the ultimate and limitless sword array in his spirit ring transformed into streaks of cold light that shot out, transforming into a sea of fire that blotted the sky, completely blocking the countless vessel-like branches outside. At the same time, Zhuowen's footsteps shifted as he flew backwards, his gaze grave as he stared at the blood pool in front of him. When Zhuowen retreated to the entrance of the hall, the countless vessel-like branches in the blood pool no longer chased after him, as if there was some kind of restriction. Zhuowen put down the person in his hand. Only then did he notice that the person's appearance was somewhat familiar. He asked somewhat uncertainly, "You're Zhou Chang from the Great Zhou Institute?" The person fell to the ground and retched for a while before gradually recovering a trace of clarity. He stared at Zhuowen, his entire body trembling as he nodded and said, "Yes. I'm Zhou Chang, I'm Zhou Chang. Just what has happened here?" Zhuowen frowned slightly as the ominous feeling in his heart grew even more intense. Something big must have happened in the hall because the people who had died here were basically all cultivators from the outside world. Quite a few of them were elite cultivators from the 7 great prefectures. Zhou Chang crossed his arms when he heard Zhuowen's question. His entire body trembled even faster as his teeth chattered. His eyes were filled with fear as he stammered, "The day I return will be the day the Lord of the Extreme Demon arrives. The Lord of the Extreme Demon has returned, bringing with him endless resentment." Oh. Zhuowen's brows were tightly knitted together when he heard Zhou Chang's mindless words. He was even more confused. Zhou Chang was a second-level emperor after all, yet he was so frightened. He really did not know what kind of existence could make a second-level emperor like this. However, from Zhou Chang's words, it was clear that the reason the hall had become like this was related to the Lord of the Extreme Demon. Could it be that the Lord of the Extreme Demon, who has disappeared for many years, has returned? However, Given the Lord of the Extreme Demon's advanced Emperor cultivation, he shouldn't have mobilized so many people, right? Zhuowen frowned slightly. He felt very doubtful. Everything that had happened was just too strange. Swoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Then, an extremely terrifying attack descended from the sky above Zhuowen's head. Zhuowen felt a sense of danger as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Subsequently, Zhuowen stomped his foot and dodged to the side. Boom! A huge light sword landed at the place where Zhuowen was just a moment ago. Then, a huge crater appeared where he was standing. However, the light sword did not hit its target, so it turned around and flew toward Zhou Chang. Not good. Chapter 1201. 5 Absolutes. The bloody mist exploded and blood water bloomed like flowers. Soon after, it was absorbed by the blood pool, causing the stench of blood in the hall to become even more disgusting. Zhuowen's face turned slightly ugly. He slowly took a few steps back and stared at the figure on the light sword. He was wearing a ghost mask and the number 5 was drawn on the forehead of the mask. The 5th Absolutes of the 10 Absolute sect. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said coldly. 5 Absolutes stared at Zhuowen indifferently and said coldly, the 10th and 9th Absolutes are dead. Did you kill them? Look at you. You should already know. Why do you still ask? Zhuowen sneered. Since you killed them, you should be buried together with the 10th and 9th Absolutes. Having said that, 5 Absolutes held the sword hilt with his right hand and suddenly pulled it out. He stepped on the void and turned into a shadow, instantly shooting out like a bolt of black lightning. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and tapped his forehead with his right hand. The Buddha demon eye appeared and instantly switched to the Buddha eye. His body was covered in golden light and his Buddha palm suddenly blasted out, hitting the light sword. Boom! 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 Continuous explosions rang out. Zhuowen frowned and took a few steps back. On the other hand, 5 Absolutes only took 7 to 8 steps back. In this exchange, Zhuowen, who had switched to the Buddha body, was actually at a disadvantage. 3rd Heaven Emperor Realm. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and frowned. The 5th Absolute of the 10 Extremes sect was actually at the 4th level of the Great Emperor Realm. This was terrifying. Didn't that mean that the other Absolutes before the 5th Absolute were all at the 4th level of the Great Emperor Realm? There might even be 5th or 6th level existences. What kind of existence is the 10 Absolute sect? Why are there so many powerful martial artists? Zhuowen frowned and suddenly remembered that Song Dai had told him that the 10 Absolute sect was extremely mysterious. Even the 7 great prefectures did not dare to casually touch such a force. The 10 Absolute sect was faintly catching up with the Great Devil sect. Dai. The moment Wu Ju stabilized himself, he took another step forward and swung the light sword in his hand. It turned into a light bridge that spanned across the void and charged toward Zhuowen. Buddha's illumination. Zhuowen frowned slightly, and the light wall behind his head burst into a blazing light. Then, he threw out a punch, which burst out with endless Buddha's light. This punch seemed to be plated with gold, shuttling through the void and landing heavily on the terrifying light sword. Rumble. The golden light and the lightsaber seemed to have stagnated in the void before coming to a stop. Amidst the golden light, Zhuowen frowned slightly. This Diwu Ju's strength was not bad. He was stronger than Sage Jin, whom he had encountered last time. However, he was still inferior to Yun Zhongjuan. Moreover, this lightsaber was only a low-level emperor artifact. Therefore, Diwu Ju was unable to suppress Zhuowen. Wu Ju, who was holding the light sword, had an ugly expression on his face. Zhuowen's difficulty had exceeded his expectations. Swoosh! Just as the two of them were locked in a stalemate, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly came from behind Zhuo Wen. The sharp sound of friction against the air gave Zhuo Wen an ominous feeling. 9 flames karmic fire. With a low roar, the 9 flames karmic fire burst out from his body. Flames of 9 different colors alternated and spread throughout the entire space. At the same time, they formed a thick fire shield behind Zhuo Wen. Rumble. The dull sound of the sharp weapon colliding with the fire shield rang out. Then, Zhuo Wen felt a violent force coming from behind him, which made his chest feel stuffy. Retreat. When the person who launched the sneak attack saw that his attack had missed, he immediately retreated. However, how could Zhuo Wen let him retreat so easily? With a thought, the 9 flames karmic fire turned into countless fire pythons that shot out from all directions and surrounded the person who launched the sneak attack. Bang! 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 At the same time, Zhuo Wen exerted his strength with his right fist and blocked Wu Ju's light sword. Then, he retreated and his gaze fell on the person who launched the sneak attack, who was surrounded by the 9 flames karmic fire. The person who launched the sneak attack was also wearing a ghost mask. However, the word 6 was drawn on his forehead. He should be the 6th absolute of the 10 absolutes sect. The 6th absolute's cultivation was much weaker than the 5 absolutes. He was only at the 2nd level emperor realm. At this moment, he was surrounded by the 9 flames karmic fire and looked extremely miserable. After all, the 9 flames karmic fire was a heavenly fire. One could imagine how powerful it was. Sneak attack me? Then you will have to pay the price. Now, I will add fuel to the fire. Zhuo Wen snorted coldly. Immediately, the mental strength in his Naiwan palace surged out. Then, the ultimate infinite sword formation shot out rays of sword light. They were like the brightest stars in the night sky. However, the cold rays were quickly replaced by terrifying flames. The long swords were covered in terrifying flames and possessed the power to burn the heavens and the earth. In an instant, Wu Ju was completely surrounded by the sword fire ultimacy. The power of the sword fire ultimacy would increase as the power of the flames increased. At this moment, the sword fire ultimacy was combined with the 9 flames karmic fire and its power had increased by several folds. Wu Ju was only at the 2nd level emperor realm. Under the combined power of the sword fire ultimacy and the 9 flames karmic fire, he did not last long. He let out a miserable shriek and was completely burned into ashes by the flames. Wu Ju, who was forced to retreat, had just stabilized himself when he heard Wu Ju's miserable shriek. Then, his eyes narrowed as he realized that Wu Ju had completely turned into ashes in front of him. Bastard! How dare you kill Wu Ju? Wu Ju roared. His eyes gradually became wild and violent. Then, he kicked out. The light sword in his hand started to grow under the effect of his Yuan power. It grew to a size of several hundred feet. Then, he raised the light sword above his head and slammed it down. Suddenly, the huge light sword was like a meteor that cut through the void and came crashing down. Boundless Buddhism. Zhuo Wen put his palms together. Suddenly, the light wheel behind his head shot out and turned into a huge light wheel that was several hundred feet wide. Golden Sanskrit words appeared on the surface of the light wheel. At the same time, the Sanskrit chants of Buddhism sounded like hypnosis. Under the boundless Buddhist light, Zhuo Wen looked like an ancient Buddha, solemn and dignified. The light sword that was several hundred feet wide descended. However, when the light sword was about to reach the light wheel, it was purified by the boundless Buddhist light and dissipated. Swoosh! The moment the light swords were purified, Zhuo Wen leaped into the air above the light wheel. With a wave of his right hand, the light wheel was grasped in his hand. Then, he took a step forward and appeared in front of the 5 absolutes as if he had teleported. He waved the light wheel, emitting a terrifying Buddhist light that enveloped the 5 absolutes. Damn it! Wu Ju's face was as pale as snow. His eyes were filled with fear. However, he was still unwilling to give up. He clenched his right hand and formed a huge light sword again. Boom! Wu Ju kicked out and slashed out with the light sword in his hand. Suddenly, the blazing light split into thousands of light rays and lit up the entire stone hall. The thousands of light rays turned into thousands of light swords and shot out. They were like countless light tadpoles. With Wu Ju as the center, the light swords floated around. Wu Ju's aura was extremely terrifying. Break! Countless light swords flickered. Then, like laser guns, they blasted the light wheel and forced it to retreat. At the same time, Wu Ju quickly retreated dozens of meters away. He stared at Zhuo Wen with fear in his eyes. Wu Ju's condition was not good. His face was extremely pale. It was obvious that the previous attack had cost him a lot. Zhuo Wen waved his right hand and took the light wheel into his hand. He frowned and stared at Wu Ju in front of him. He did not expect Wu Ju to have such a move that could forcefully block the Buddha Dao light wheel. The Buddha Dao light wheel was very powerful. It was the source of the Buddha body's immortality. It would be difficult for ordinary forces to even push it back, let alone destroy it. Were all the warriors in this hall killed by the 10 extreme sect? Zhuo Wen was not in a hurry to continue attacking. After Wu Ju used that attack, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Therefore, Zhuo Wen was not worried that Wu Ju could escape. Instead, he confronted him from afar and asked about the situation here. He. What do you think? Wu Ju sneered. Zhuo Wen frowned and said coldly, I am the one asking you now. However, you don't look like you will answer me. In that case, I can only kill you. With that, Zhuo Wen put his palms together and flew out again. Buddha light shone brightly and the light wheel in his hand resounded with the solemn Sanskrit chant again. Wu Ju's face changed drastically. Just as Zhuo Wen had guessed, he was indeed an arrow at the end of its flight. He was not a match for Zhuo Wen even when he was at his peak, let alone now. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. However, just as Zhuo Wen was about to reach Wu Ju, 3 figures suddenly rushed out from the surrounding rock walls. Then, 3 extremely terrifying attacks came crashing down on Zhuo Wen like a towering mountain. Danger. A strong sense of danger rose in Zhuo Wen's mind. His figure, which was originally rushing toward Wu Ju, forcibly turned his head. Then, he waved the light wheel in his right hand. Suddenly, Buddhist light shone. In front of the light wheel, countless golden lights were attached to it, forming an extremely thick light shield. Bang! 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 When the 3 attacks landed, 3 dull sounds were heard. Then, Zhuo Wen felt his hands go numb. He was shocked to find that cracks appeared on the surface of the golden shield in front of him. The cracks spread at a terrifying speed and covered the entire surface of the golden shield in an instant. Then, with a bang, it shattered into countless golden fragments. Puff! Zhuo Wen spat out a mouthful of blood as he was blown away. He slammed into the wall of the stone hall, leaving behind a human-shaped hole. 2nd Ju, 3rd Ju and 4th Ju. After coughing out a mouthful of blood, Zhuo Wen struggled to get up from the human-shaped hole. His gaze shifted and fell on the 3 figures that suddenly appeared. He muttered softly. Chapter 1202. The Truth, 1 4th level Emperor Realm and 2 5th level Emperor Realm experts. Zhuo Wen slowly stepped back and looked at the 2nd, 3rd and 4th absolutes. The 4th absolutes was a 4th level Great Emperor while the 2nd and 3rd absolutes were 5th level Great Emperors. Especially the 2nd absolutes. His aura was much stronger than the 3rd absolutes. He wasn't far from the 6th level Great Emperor realm. Kid! Run! Given your current strength, you can barely fight against a 4th-level Emperor Realm expert. A 5th-level Emperor Realm expert is not someone you can deal with. Even if you have reached 5th-level Emperor Realm, it is still unlikely that you will be a match for a 5th-level Emperor Realm expert. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly resounded in Zhuo Wen's mind. Without any hesitation, Zhuo Wen took a step forward. At the same time, 3 pairs of lightning wings appeared on his back. He transformed into a bolt of lightning and fled towards the tunnel outside the hall. Second Master, Third Master and Fourth Master sneered at the same time. None of them chased after Zhuowen. Instead, they watched coldly as Zhuowen fled. Boom! Just as Zhuowen was about to reach the entrance of the hall, a violent energy surged towards him. Zhuowen was caught off guard and he was hit by the violent energy. He spat out a mouthful of blood and violently smashed into the ground in the middle of the hall. Zhuowen struggled to get up. His gaze was dark and cold as he stared at the entrance of the large hall. All he could see was a graceful figure slowly walking over from behind the entrance. Her clear and melodious footsteps slowly reverberated within the large hall. They were just like the sound of flowing water, clear and pleasant to the ears. When the graceful figure finally arrived at the entrance of the large hall, Zhuo Wen was finally able to see the true face of the figure. He saw the figure smiling sweetly at him. Her smile was as stunning and colorful as the blooming of 100 flowers. Zhuowen. We meet again. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he stared at the figure. He said in a deep voice, so it is you. Tsang Dai. The graceful figure that walked out of the entrance of the hall was Tsang Sa, who had just finished repairing the teleportation array in the stone hall. At this moment, the demonic aura around Tsang Dai's body became even more intense. Her hair, eyes, lips, and nails were all a strange pitch-black color. In particular, strands of black demonic aura would occasionally linger around this woman's body, making her look extremely intimidating and terrifying. What was even stranger was that the aura on her body gave him an unfathomable feeling. This caused Zhuowen to be extremely wary. After all, he had been blasted away by this woman earlier. Although this woman looked harmless, the power that truly erupted from her body caused Zhuowen to be extremely wary. Who are you? Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he finally asked the question in his heart. Although he had felt that there was something wrong with Tsang Dai from the start, the aura on her body was extremely weak. Hence, Zhuowen did not pay much attention to it. However, he now realized that he was way too wrong. This Tsang Dai was really not simple. Regardless of whether it was repairing the teleportation array in the stone hall or the powerful attack that had blasted him out of the stone hall, Zhuowen realized that this Tsang Dai was definitely an extraordinary person. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. At this moment, second absolute, third absolute, fourth absolute, and fifth absolute were like 4 bolts of lightning as they swept behind Tsang Dai. The 4 of them lowered their heads and their eyes were filled with reverence. It was as if they were following Tsang Dai's lead. Guess who I am? A carefree smile appeared on Tsang Dai's exquisite face. The founder of the 10 Extremes sect, the first absolute. Looking at the performance of second absolute, third absolute, fourth absolute, and fifth absolute, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He quickly thought of the founder of the 10 Extremes sect. It was said that the first absolute strength was extremely terrifying. The 7 Mansion Masters who ruled the panicked Great World were extremely fearful of the first absolute and the 10 Extremes sect. Even though the 10 Extremes sect was wreaking havoc in the 7 Mansion regions, the 7 Mansion Masters still did not touch the 10 Extremes sect. This showed how mysterious the 10 Extremes sect was. However, what Zhuowen did not expect was that Tsang Dai, the daughter of Mansion Master Tsang Jia of the Great Tsang Mansion, was actually the founder of the 10 Extremes sect. It is said that Tsang Jia, the daughter of Mansion Master Tsang Jia, is only 17 or 18 years old. However, the 10 Extremes sect has existed for almost 100 years. The founder of the 10 Extremes sect should be over 100 years old, right? Zhuowen said with a frown. Ha! Zhuowen, you are too naive. Do you believe that I am Tsang Dai of the Great Tsang Mansion? Originally, I thought that you, an outsider from the panicked world, would be a little smarter, but now it seems that I have overestimated you. Tsang Dai suddenly laughed. His laughter was full of sarcasm. What do you mean? Zhuowen asked with a slight frown. His heart was extremely restless. This Tsang Dish actually knew that he, Zhuowen, did not belong to this panicked big world. How did this Tsang Dish find out? Tsang Dai did not answer. Instead, he looked at the four people behind him and said indifferently, second invincible, third invincible, fourth invincible, and fifth invincible, the four of you take off your masks and let Zhuowen take a good look. Yes. Second Severance, third Severance, and the other two nodded in agreement. Then, they removed the ghost masks from their faces. When their faces appeared before Zhuowen's eyes, Zhuowen was stunned. It was as though he had been struck by lightning. The reason for that was because the four of them were no strangers to Zhuowen. In fact, they could even be said to be rather familiar with him. The great Zhou Mansion Master Zhou Bin, the great Qin Mansion Master Qin Xin, the great Tsang Mansion Master Cangjie, and the great Chu Mansion Master Chu Yu. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. His eyes were filled with shock. He had never thought that the 10 Absolute sect would actually have 4 of the 7 Mansion Masters. Especially the second Severance, third Severance, and fourth Severance. They were actually the top 3 Mansion Masters of the 7 Mansion Masters. Don't make wild guesses. The 7 Mansion Masters are all members of the 10 Absolute sect. As for me, I am the first Severance. The so-called Cangjie's daughter, Tsang Dish, is just my disguise. Even the hero assembly was planned by our 10 Absolute sect. It can even be said that the core higher-ups of the 7 Mansion Masters are basically under the control of our 10 Absolute sect. The entire panicked big world is already under the control of our 10 Absolute sect, Tsang Dish said with a faint smile. After a long time, Zhuowen slowly calmed down the shock in his heart. Shortly after, he pointed at the blood pool in the middle of the hall with his right hand and said, "Then, the so-called map of the Great Demon Sect ruins was deliberately released by your 10 Absolute sect. The hero assembly was to attract many warriors from the panicked big world to the Great Demon Sect ruins. The purpose was to kill these warriors who broke into the Great Demon Sect ruins. Then, what is the purpose of killing so many people? Hee. Of course, it's to sacrifice. I am the remnant soul of the Great Demon Lord. I want to recreate the glory of the past. It is also to take revenge for the people who destroyed my Great Demon Sect." Speaking of this, Tsang Dish's eyes revealed a murderous glint as if he thought of something bad. Hearing this, Zhuowen frowned slightly. It seemed that the disappearance of the Great Demon Lord was inconsistent with the transmission. He didn't know what happened back then. Moreover, Tsang Dish admitted that he was the remnant soul of the Great Demon Lord. He didn't know if it was true or not. At this moment, Zhuowen suddenly found that he had walked into a puzzle. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen continued to ask, "Also, how did you know that I am an outsider?" Ha! The aura on your body is too different from the people of the panicked great world. Although ordinary warriors can't sense that you are different, I can sense that you are not from this world. The moment you killed the 10th extremity, I had already planned this." Tsang Dish suddenly laughed. Hearing this, Zhuowen felt a chill in his heart. He didn't expect that he would fall into Tsang Dish's trap from the very beginning. Tsang Dish was just too terrifying. Whether it was his strength or his schemes, he made Zhuowen feel powerless. He was like a mouse that smelled the fragrance of cheese. The moment he was attracted by the cheese, he jumped in without hesitation and put himself in such a difficult situation. I won't say any more nonsense. With your strength, I think you should know what to do, right? Tsang Dish slowly walked towards Zhuowen as his indifferent voice sounded. Zhuowen frowned more and more, but he slowly retreated. The aura on Songdisha's body was extremely sharp and terrifying. From the collision just now, Zhuowen had no confidence in facing such an opponent. "What do you want me to do?" Zhuowen asked cautiously. Songdish sneered and said, "What else can you do? Naturally, you will become the nourishment of the blood pool. With your strength and talent, if you enter the blood pool, the power you will sacrifice will be much stronger than that of ordinary warriors." "You want to sacrifice me?" Zhuowen asked with a gloomy look. "Ha! The blood of an outsider usually has a different kind of power. Perhaps it can restore most of my strength in one fell swoop," Songdish said indifferently. Boom! 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 As he walked, the violent aura on Songdish's body exploded. A terrifying hurricane swept out from his body. The pressure revealed was like a mountain, crushing on Zhuowen's body. This caused Zhuowen's face to change greatly. His knees bent slightly as if he would kneel down at any time. 10,000 feet Buddha body. Zhuowen roared in anger. Buddhist light burst out from his body and shot up into the sky. He was tens of thousands of feet tall, as if he could penetrate the heavens and the earth. Zhuowen's body grew even taller, becoming tens of thousands of feet tall. The entire hall was pierced through by Zhuowen's huge body. The mighty Buddhist light shot in all directions, turning the entire hall into a golden color. Boom! Boom! Countless rocks fell from the top of the hall and smashed onto the ground. Second Absolute, Third Absolute, Fourth Absolute, and Fifth Absolute staggered as they looked at Zhuowen, who had transformed into a 10,000 feet Buddha body. Their faces were filled with astonishment. "You have some skills. However, so what if your body has become 10,000 feet tall? Just crush me." Song Jia snorted. With a tap of her foot, her graceful figure dashed out like a dancing butterfly. Billowing black demon chi soared into the sky and condensed into a huge demon shadow in the void. The demon shadow was covered in black armor with ferocious black horns protruding from the surface of the armor. Boom! The demon shadow roared and threw out a punch. The mountain-like demon hand blasted out in Zhuowen, with his 10,000 feet Buddha body, also threw out a punch. Boom! 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 Chapter 1203. Run for your life, is this all you've got? Break for me then. Song Jie's pretty eyes were filled with malice. Her indifferent voice was just like rolling thunder as it reverberated across the entire hall. Soon after, Song Jie waved her jade-like hand before surging yuan power poured out. The 100,000 feet large devil figure roared. The roar that contained the devil figure spread across the entire hall, causing the entire hall to shake violently. Boom! The 100,000 feet large devil figure threw a punch once again. Rolling demonic aura swept out and formed many black hurricanes around the hall. Soon after, a huge demonic fist came flying one after another. Boom! Zhuowen let out a muffled groan as he continuously retreated. His face was clearly a little pale. However, before he could recover, the 100,000 feet large devil figure threw a punch once again, causing Zhuowen to retreat once again. Bang bang bang! The 100,000 feet large devil figure threw punch after punch. The terrifying fist force was just like a mountain as it came crashing down. This caused the atmosphere in the hall to become 1,000 times heavier. Zhuowen, who had transformed into 100,000 feet large Buddha body, knelt on the ground with one knee under this heavy pressure. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Kneel down. Song Jie stood on the devil figure's shoulder and looked down at Zhuowen, who was kneeling on the ground. Her cold voice sounded once again as her delicate jade-like hand slowly extended and pressed down on the empty space. Immediately, the surrounding atmosphere became even more solemn. Zhuowen, who was originally kneeling on one knee, was now kneeling on both knees. 9 flames karmic fire. Nirvana rebirth. Zhuowen roared furiously as 9 colored flames surged out from within his body. Using the power of the heavenly fire, they circled around his Buddha body, causing his nirvana rebirth to become even more powerful. Soon after, the light wheel behind Zhuowen's head was dyed with 9 colored flames, causing Zhuowen's aura to soar several times. Boom! Zhuowen beckoned with his right hand and the 9 colored light wheel was held in his hand. After which, he suddenly swung it. Immediately, terrifying 9 colored flames spread and dyed the entire hall with 9 different colors. The 100,000 feet large devil figure was actually forced back dozens of steps by this attack. His demonic eyes were filled with astonishment. You have some strength, but the difference between you and me is too great. I think it's better for you to suppress me. Zhang Jie's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. Soon after, she clenched her jade-like hand. Immediately, a pitch-black long spear that was tens of thousands of feet long was formed in the empty space. This enormous long spear was held in the palm of the demonic figure's hand. After which, the demonic figure raised the spear above his head and suddenly smashed it down. Boom! Boom! Even the light wheel, which had been reborn from the 9 flames karmic fire's nirvana rebirth, was suppressed by the black spear. Obediently become my sacrifice. It is your honor to be able to help me regain my former demonic might. Now that I am giving you this honor, you should gladly accept it. Zhang Jie's jade-like feet tapped lightly on the ground and landed on the tip of the pitch-black spear. His pitch-black eyes stared straight at Zhuowen as his indifferent voice reverberated. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with coldness. He sneered and said, "It's my honor to become your sacrifice. Only your brain can think of such a thing. Humph. No matter how unwilling you are, what's the use? How long can you last now? You will be defeated by me sooner or later. It's better for you to give up resistance as soon as possible. This way, I will give you a quick death." Zhang Jie said indifferently. "Let me think about it." Zhuowen's eyes flickered. It was rare for him to admit defeat. Hearing this, the corners of Zhang Jie's mouth revealed a devilish smile and said, "Okay. I will give you 10 breaths to think about it. When the time comes, you can take the initiative to give up resistance. I won't do anything to you." Zhuowen nodded and frowned slightly as if he was really thinking about something. Zhang Jie was not in a hurry. He quietly stood on the pitch-black spear and looked down at Zhuowen, silently waiting for Zhuowen's reply. 10 breaths time is up. Have you thought about it? After 10 breaths, Zhang Jie smiled and asked. Yes, I have. Zhuowen nodded seriously. Tell me your answer. Zhang Jie said indifferently. My answer is, Zhuowen muttered in a low voice and punched out. The 9 flames karmic fire surged out and surrounded the golden fist. It heavily slammed against the black spear. The violent collision caused Zhang Jie, who was standing on the black spear, to lose his balance and stagger. Damn it! You are courting death. Zhang Jie angrily roared as his jade-like hands slammed onto the long black spear. Soon after, the demonic shadow behind him let out a furious roar as demonic aura surged. With a clench of its huge right hand, the long black spear was flung towards Zhuowen. There was no sadness or joy in Zhuowen's eyes. The 9-colored light wheel in his hand suddenly shot out, colliding with the long black spear. Soon after, he let out a muffled groan as he retreated. The instant he retreated, a tiny figure shot out from the huge Buddha body. If one were to take a closer look, wasn't that Zhuowen's actual body, who was wearing a black robe? Swoosh! Zhuowen's real body was extremely fast and almost soared to the limit. He directly rushed towards the entrance of the hall in an attempt to escape. As expected, it's an external avatar. I have already prepared for this. Second absolute, third absolute, fourth absolute, the three of you stop Zhuowen's real body. Tsang Jie was not too concerned about Zhuowen's real body that rushed out from the Buddha body. After all, Zhuowen had already revealed his Buddha body avatar at the hero competition. Therefore, Tsang Jie had already expected that Zhuowen would have two avatars. Therefore, he was not too worried. The second absolute, the third absolute and the fourth absolute looked at each other. Then, they rushed out and surrounded Zhuowen. 6 pairs of cold eyes stared at Zhuowen. Zhuowen, I think you should give up. Although your battle strength is very strong, compared to the 3 of us who are mid-level martial emperors, there is still a big gap. Third absolute, Cangjie, stared at Zhuowen indifferently and said. Prefecture Master Cangjie, what I want to ask is, are the 7 prefecture masters of the Pang Great World controlled by the 10 Absolute sect, or are they originally from the 10 Absolute sect? Zhuowen asked in a low voice. Cangjie and Zhou Bin looked at each other and immediately said, we can't say that we are controlled, but we have reached some kind of agreement with the 10 Absolute sect. Because the Lord of the Grand Demon sect said that if we can completely help him recover his peak strength, he will impart the experience of advancing to the high-level martial emperor realm to us, and even help us advance to the high-level martial emperor realm. Therefore, the 7 prefecture masters are willing to join the 10 Absolute sect and serve the first Absolute. Hearing this, Zhuowen finally understood why the 7 prefecture masters were willing to collude with the 10 Absolute sect, and even did not hesitate to trick the majority of the cultivators in the 7 prefectures into the ruins of the Grand Demon sect. It was all for the secret of advancing to the high-level martial emperor realm. In the Pang Great World, only the Lord of the Grand Demon sect has reached the high-level martial emperor realm, and we also know that we have no hope of breaking through. If there is no opportunity or guidance from a predecessor, I think we will not be able to advance to the high-level martial emperor realm even when our lives are almost up, Zhou Bin added. Zhuowen sneered, are you sure that the Lord of the Grand Demon sect will be willing to impart the experience of advancing to the high-level martial emperor realm to you after you help him recover to the high-level martial emperor realm? Hearing this, Zhou Bin, Cangjie, and Qin Xian's expressions changed greatly. Although they had considered this before, due to their extreme desire to advance to the high-level martial emperor realm, they subconsciously ignored the possibility of the Lord of the Grand Demon sect breaking his promise. The 3 of you can rest assured. How can I, the Lord of the Grand Demon sect, go back on my word? Didn't I swear to my heart demon back then? If I go back on my word, I will suffer the torment of my heart demon forever. Don't you trust me? Not far away, Tsang Dai, who was suppressing Zhuowen, let out a cold snort, causing Zhou Bin and the other 2 to come to their senses. Zhuowen. It seems that you want to sow discord between me and them. Unfortunately, your move is not very good, Tsang Dai sneered coldly. Let's do it. The longer we wait, the more unforeseen things will happen. Cangjie shouted in a low voice. Immediately, the 3 of them stopped talking nonsense with Zhuowen and unleashed their terrifying emperor's might, crushing towards Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen's expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with seriousness. Demonic body, it looks like I can only rely on you. Take the slaughtering abstinence violation blade and carve out a bloody path for me. Zhuowen sighed softly. Soon after, a demonic eye appeared on his forehead. Surging demon chi erupted from his body. Demonic clouds soared into the sky, causing the entire hall to tremble. Then, a black figure stepped out from Zhuowen's body. This figure's appearance was exactly the same as Zhuowen's. However, his hair was black and red. This strange hair grew out and hung down to his feet. His demonic eyes were even stranger. They flickered with black and red colors. At the same time, Zhuowen flicked his finger and directly handed the slaughtering abstinence violation blade to Zhuowen. Life-breaking. Demonic body Zhuowen was expressionless as he gently gripped the slaughtering abstinence violation blade with his right hand. Demonic energy surged into the slaughtering abstinence violation blade, and demonic energy surged out of Zhuo Wen's body like a rain of blood. Zhuo Wen's long hair and sleeves fluttered, making him look like a peerless demon emperor. Rumble. As soon as the life-breaking was unleashed, an extremely terrifying crack appeared in the void. Then, a blood-red blade shadow nearly 1,000 feet long fell from the crack. However, on the surface of this blood-red blade shadow, there was a trace of black demon chi, which looked somewhat similar to Zhuowen's long hair. The life-breaking used by Zhuowen was much more terrifying than Zhuowen's. Even Sangjie and the other two's expressions changed drastically. Go! The moment the life-breaking appeared, Zhuowen's body stepped out and rushed out from the gap between the three. 3 pairs of lightning wings appeared, and he directly turned into a blue lightning and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Where do you think you're going? Chapter 1204. Blood Pool Whoosh. A lightning-like figure shuttled through the dark black tunnel. The tunnels outside of the large hall extended in all directions, appearing just like a maze. This figure entered a concave cave after passing through a couple of rather remote corners. A delicate and handsome face was revealed under the dim light. It was Zhuo Wen's actual body, who had escaped from the large hall. What a loss! Both of my doppelgangers were left in the main hall. Zhuo Wen's eyes were gloomy to the extreme. From what he could sense, the Buddhist avatar was currently being suppressed by Tsang Dai. It was only a matter of time before the Buddhist avatar was defeated. As for the demonic Tao avatar, although he had the slaughtering abstinence violation saber, and because he was a demonic cultivator, his combat strength was far greater than an ordinary martial artist's. Coupled with the slaughtering abstinence violation saber, the demonic Tao avatar's might was extremely terrifying. However, the Cangjie trio were all intermediate Emperor realm experts. No matter how terrifying the demon doppelganger's battle strength was, it was unlikely that he could suppress the trio. In fact, Zhuowen could sense that the demon doppelganger was being suppressed by the trio. At this moment, within the large hall, Cangjie's brows were slightly furrowed. She did not expect that Zhuo Wen would actually have a demonic avatar, allowing Zhuo Wen's actual body to escape. This is Supreme Demon Battle Chi. Soon, Cangjie's attention was focused on the demon doppelganger Zhuowen, who was holding the slaughtering oath-breaking saber. Her beautiful eyes were startled at first, but soon revealed a strong sense of greed. Humph! Let's get rid of you as soon as possible. After taking a deep look at the demon doppelganger Zhuowen, Cangjie waved her jade-like hand. Suddenly, a strange black gas swept out from her palm and turned into a black rope that was thousands of feet long. When the black rope appeared, it was like a black python that wrapped around the Buddhist doppelganger. The moment the black rope wrapped around the Buddhist doppelganger Zhuowen, the latter frowned slightly. Just as he was about to break free, he found that the black rope emitted an extremely strange power that tightly bound him, making it impossible for him to break free. Although your doppelganger's body is extremely strong, your strength is still below the Emperor realm. You can't compare with me at all. You can't break free from the black rope I provided for you, Cangjie said indifferently. The Buddhist doppelganger Zhuowen struggled for a moment and stopped. He could feel that the black rope that was binding him was very strong. It was true that he could not break free from it. The huge Zhuowen, Cangjie trio. Zhuowen the demon doppelganger. The huge demon doppelganger was wrapped in rolling demon clouds. Cloud demon doppelganger. Zhuowen studio. Zhuowen was Cangjie. Zhuowen studio. Zhuowen. Zhuowen Buddhist. Studio. Studio Zhou Zhuowen studio is studio. Demon studio demonic. Demon demanding. When the pitch-black spear collided with the slaughtering oath-breaking blade, an extremely ear-piercing screech erupted. Zhuowen was shocked to discover that the power that erupted from the pitch-black spear had caused his blade-wielding right hand to turn numb. Chaotic mortal world. Zhuowen let out a low roar, and the blood-red smoke gushed out from the slaughter oath-breaking saber. A depraved mortal world essence gushed out from the blood-red smoke and spread around. In the depraved mortal world essence, Cangjie and the other two, who were rushing forward to encircle Ding Hao, suddenly stopped, and their minds fell into the real mortal world environment. On the other hand, Cangjie's beautiful eyes were in a daze. Apparently, she had also been affected by the chaotic worldly dust. However, she quickly regained her clarity of mind. She stretched out her right hand, and with a roar, the 10,000 feet tall demonic shadow descended from the sky, viciously suppressing Zhuowen. Life destruction. Billowing demon battle chi gushed out from Zhuowen's body and entered the slaughtering oath-breaking saber in his hand. Subsequently, the surface of the slaughtering oath-breaking saber emitted a terrifying blood-red light. The blood-red light surged out for 10,000 feet, forming a 10,000 feet long saber shadow. Boom! The 10,000 feet tall demonic shadow's giant hand was directly smashed into powder by the 10,000 feet long saber shadow. Suppress. Cangjie's beautiful eyes narrowed. The demonic shadow let out a monstrous roar, and the pitch-black spear in his right hand suddenly swept out. The extremely black spear tip spun violently like an electric drill, abruptly colliding with the 10,000 feet long saber shadow. Subsequently, a sharp screech erupted. Boom! 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 What made Zhuowen's pupils shrink was that the terrifying 10,000 feet long saber shadow was instantly penetrated by the pitch-black spear. Subsequently, the demonic shadow swung his right hand, and suddenly, a monstrous demonic power poured into the saber shadow, shattering it into countless blood-red powder. Bang! The moment the saber shadow shattered, the demonic shadow took a step forward. His shattered left palm was restored to its original state under the effect of the surging demonic aura. His left hand descended from the sky and enveloped Zhuowen of the demonic path. Slash! Zhuowen waved his right hand, and demon battle chi gushed out. The slaughtering oath-breaking saber slashed out once again. However, the moment the slaughtering oath-breaking saber slashed out, it was blocked by the demonic shadow's pitch-black spear. Subsequently, the demonic shadow's left palm smoothly caught Zhuowen. Zhuowen's brows slightly knitted as he coldly stared at Cangjie on the demonic shadow. From the beginning to the end, he did not reveal any fear and maintained a cold expression. Demons were originally heaven-defying cultivators. They were cold and indifferent to everything. Even in the face of death, they would not reveal any fear. Instead, they would remain indifferent. Zhuowen's body was derived from the demonic eye, and he possessed all the characteristics of a demon. Even if he was captured alive by Cangjie, there would not be any emotion in his eyes. The moment he caught Zhuowen of the demonic Tao, Cangjie waved his sleeve. Instantly, a sound barrier enveloped the two of them. Cangjie stared at Zhuowen of the demonic Tao and asked, "Where did you get your extreme demonic battle chi? Looking at your appearance, there is also a trace of the demon battle art's circulation path in your body. If you hand over these two things to me, I can consider letting you live." Demon battle chi and demon battle art. Zhuowen of the demonic Tao narrowed his eyes as he stared at the somewhat anxious Zhang Dai. His eyes were filled with a strange light. Wasn't this Zhang Dai the incarnation of the Lord of Extreme Demons? And the Extreme Demon Chi and Extreme Demon Battle Art were created by the Lord of Extreme Demons. Why did it seem like Zhang Dai didn't know these two things at all and even wanted to obtain his Extreme Demon Battle Art and Extreme Demon Battle Chi? Perhaps sensing the strange expression in Zhuowen's eyes, Cangjie's expression stiffened. He immediately coughed and said, "Although I am the incarnation of the Demon Lord's remnant soul, I am still missing a lot of my memories. Although I created the demon battle art, I have already forgotten this part of my memories. Also, this demon battle chi has great benefits for my recovery. If you hand it over now, I will remember your merit and spare your life. Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent as he coldly smiled and said, the demon battle chi has already been refined by me. As for the demon battle art, it is in my body. You are dreaming if you want to obtain it. Zhang Jie's face darkened when he heard this. He coldly said, Zhuowen. I know you can definitely hear me. Your 2 clones are in my hands. You better hand over the demon battle art and I can consider returning your Buddhist clone to you. Oh. You're only returning my Buddhist clone. What about my demonic clone? Zhuowen's chilling voice sounded. Zhang Jie coldly snorted and said, demonic clone. Your demonic avatar has extreme demonic battle chi. Naturally, I need to refine it. The extreme demonic battle chi is what I need. If you hand over the demon battle art now, you can get your Buddhist clone back. Otherwise, you will lose both clones. This is the choice I am giving you. Upon hearing these words, the expression of Zhuowen, who was hiding in the groove of the tunnel, became extremely dark and cold. His eyes were also filled with a gloomy expression. This Zhang Dai was truly ruthless. If he did not hand over the great demon battle art, this Zhang Dai planned to destroy both of his avatars. Brat! Don't hand over the demon battle art. If this Dragon Lord's guess is correct, once the demon battle art is handed over to Zhang Jie, the latter's strength will definitely increase greatly. This is extremely disadvantageous for you. Moreover, your Buddhist and demonic clones are formed from the demon eye of the Buddha. This is a treasure refined by the fighting Buddha demon sage. How can a mere Emperor Realm cultivator destroy it? At most, the 2 clones will be trapped by Zhang Jie. Xiao He came out of Zhuowen's sea of consciousness and stood on his shoulder as she reasoned. Zhuowen nodded. Xiao He was right. Zhang Jie was so eager to obtain the demon battle art in his hands. This in itself was somewhat strange. His thoughts were the same as Xiao He's. He definitely couldn't hand over the demon battle art. Have you considered it? Losing 1 or 2 doppelgangers is all up to you. Zhang Dai continued to speak to Zhuowen of the demonic Dao. Zhuowen glanced at Zhang Jie indifferently and said coldly, scram. Don't even think about obtaining the demon battle art. Zhang Jie's expression froze slightly. Immediately, her beautiful eyes revealed a violent rage. She stared at Zhuowen and said in a low voice, good, good, good. Since you said so, don't blame me for being ruthless. As she spoke, Zhang Fei waved her sleeve again and the sound barrier was removed. She extended her right hand and grabbed Zhuowen from the demonic Dao. The 3 of you, keep a close eye on that Zhuowen of the Buddhist Dao. Right now, I need to properly deal with this Zhuowen of the demonic Dao. After Zhang Dai finished speaking, he lifted Zhuowen and stepped out. In an instant, they arrived above the blood pool. Zhang Jie and the other 2 looked at each other. They did not understand why Zhang Dai blocked the conversation between Zhuowen and Zhuowen. However, since Zhang Dai had ordered them to do so, they naturally could not disobey. They all came to Zhuowen's side and focused their sharp eyes on Zhuowen. Above the blood pool, Zhang Dai silently stared at Zhuowen and said indifferently, you asked for it. Now, I'll put your devil avatar into the sacrificial blood pool to refine it and extract the supreme devil battle chi. Then, I'll deal with your Buddhist avatar. Of course, I won't let your main body go. Chapter 1205. 2 pupils at the bottom of the pool boom. Demonic Dao Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. His body was still in mid-air as he twisted his waist. Grand demonic battle chi surged out in an attempt to escape from the range of the blood pool. Unfortunately, Zhang Dai's power firmly restrained his entire body, making it impossible for him to twist his body. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Numerous blood vessel-like branches burst out from the blood pool. They were like countless tentacles as they entangled demonic Dao Zhuowen, making it difficult for him to break free. Bang! The sound of something falling into the water rang out. Soon after, demonic Dao Zhuowen was directly pulled into the blood pool by the countless blood vessel-like branches. In an instant, demonic Dao Zhuowen felt that his eyes were filled with the color of blood. Other than the boundless blood, there was no other color in his eyes. Chi chi chi. Waves of blood-colored whirlpools churned up from the blood pool like boiling water. It looked extremely terrifying. Tsangdai silently hovered above the blood pool. A cruel expression appeared in his eyes as he watched demonic Dao Zhuowen's figure being submerged in the blood pool. I must obtain the grand demonic battle chi. Also, you will not be able to take away the grand demonic battle art on your body. Tsangdai muttered in a low voice as his pitch-black eyes were filled with a blazing color. Demonic Dao avatar has been thrown into the sacrificial blood pool by Tsangdai. Zhuowen's original body spat out a mouthful of blood as he spoke with a slightly pale face. The power of this sacrificial blood pool is not bad. It is actually able to affect your demonic Dao avatar. However, I'm afraid that it will not be able to refine your demonic Dao avatar. Xiao He, who was on Zhuowen's shoulder, said in a somewhat grave voice. Zhuowen nodded. After all, the demonic Dao avatar was formed by the demonic eye. If it was so easily refined by the sacrificial blood pool, wouldn't it bring shame to the reputation of the fighting Buddha demon sage? At this moment, demonic Dao Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes in the blood pool. A strange black and red light burst out from his eyes. The surrounding blood-colored whirlpools were rapidly rotating and squeezing demonic Dao Zhuowen. However, they were unable to cause much harm to him as demonic Dao Zhuowen circulated the grand demonic battle chi in his body to completely block the corrosion of the surrounding blood-colored whirlpools. There are too many blood-colored whirlpools in this sacrificial blood pool. The grand demonic battle chi cannot support me for too long. I have to think of a way to get out of this blood pool. Zhuowen slightly frowned as he looked around at the endless blood-colored whirlpool. His eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. Most of his strength had been confined by Tsangdai. Coupled with the numerous blood vessels and branches that burst out from the blood pool, Zhuowen's strength had been reduced to less than 10%. Not to mention escaping from this blood pool, he even felt that it was difficult for him to move. Time slowly passed. Finally, the grand demonic battle chi that surrounded Zhuowen had been shattered. The billowing blood-colored whirlpools were like numerous blood-colored rays that eroded demonic Dao Zhuowen's demonic body in an attempt to completely crush it. However, demonic Dao's demonic body was formed by the demonic eye of the Buddha demon eye. Although the sacrificial blood pool was powerful, it was still difficult to destroy demonic Dao's demonic body. Although demonic Dao's demonic body was so tough that the blood pool could not destroy it, the extreme pain caused by the blood-colored whirlpools stirring his body was clearly transmitted to Zhuowen's nerves. So painful, Zhuowen's original body suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face became even paler. Although demonic Dao's demonic body could not be destroyed by the blood pool, the pain caused by the injury was transmitted to Zhuowen's nerves. The pain was extremely intense, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his heart. Even though Zhuowen's willpower was extremely firm, he still groaned from the intense pain. His hands that were pressed against the wall left extremely deep marks on the wall. It could be seen how intense the pain Zhuowen was enduring at this moment. It seems that the two avatars have a great impact on you, Xiao He said with a frown as she looked at Zhuowen, who was groaning in pain. In the blood pool, demonic Dao Zhuowen frowned slightly. Although he also felt the intense pain, he was a demonic Dao cultivator. The only thing that remained unchanged in his eyes was his indifference. He did not reveal any pain. At most, he would frown slightly. When demonic Dao Zhuowen was drifting in the blood pool, a pair of purple-black pupils appeared at the bottom of the blood pool. The pupils looked through the endless blood water and fell on demonic Dao Zhuowen's body. A hint of astonishment appeared in the pupil's eyes. The aura of Grand Demonic Battle Chi. This kid also cultivates a Grand Demonic Battle Art. Could this be fate? A low and hoarse voice slowly resounded from the pair of purple-black pupils and lingered at the bottom of the blood pool. Demonic Dao Zhuoan, who was drifting with the flow, also heard the voice at the bottom of the blood pool. His eyes narrowed slightly as he asked in a deep voice, "Who is it?" Whoosh! The sound of water splashing was heard. Then, Zhuoan suddenly discovered that a pair of purple-black pupils had appeared in front of him. The pair of purple-black pupils were in the shape of two rings. If one looked at them, it would be extremely easy to feel dizzy. "Who are you?" Demonic Dao Zhuoan narrowed his eyes and stared at the pair of purple-black pupils with vigilance. He did not notice the appearance of the pair of pupils before. The pair of pupils did not pay attention to Zhuoan's question. Instead, they stared at Zhuoan and said indifferently, "Where did you get your Grand Demonic Battle Chi and Grand Demonic Battle Art?" Hearing this, Zhuoan narrowed his eyes and revealed a look of shock. Why would the pair of pupils suddenly ask such a question? And who was the owner of the pair of pupils? The way they appeared was too strange. Your physical body is really tough. You actually did not suffer any damage in the sacrificial blood pool. However, this is not the place to talk. Come with me. The pair of purple-black pupils glanced at Zhuoan indifferently. Soon after, a purple-black energy wrapped around Zhuoan. Zhuoan wanted to resist, but found that the purple-black energy was too large and did not allow him to resist at all. Whoosh! Soon, Zhuoan was carried away by the mighty force and rushed to the bottom of the blood pool. At the bottom of the blood pool, there was a half-mile wide vacuum zone. The reason why it was called a vacuum zone was mainly because this half-mile area was covered by a semicircular light barrier. The surrounding blood water was basically blocked by this semicircular light barrier. It was impossible for it to enter this half-meter radius. Whoosh! The pair of purple-black pupils quickly brought Zhuoan into the light shield. The moment his feet landed on the ground, Zhuoan found that the shackles on his body had disappeared. Then, his attention fell on the pair of purple-black pupils in front of him. However, the pair of purple-black pupils did not look at Zhuoan. Instead, they turned into a purple-black stream of light and landed in the center of the area. There, a stooped figure quietly sat cross-legged. Armor Soul. Zhuowen's eyes first landed on the purple-black eyes that were suspended above the human figure. Only then did he turn his attention to the hunchbacked figure below the eyes. How could he not tell that the purple-black eyes that had brought him here were the armor spirit of this hunchbacked figure? However, although the stooped figure in front of him emitted a powerful aura, there were traces of death aura lingering around his body, as if this figure could lose his life at any time. The semicircular light shield above the vacuum area was also supported by this stooped figure, preventing the surrounding blood water from entering. The stooped figure slowly turned around, revealing an aged face that was covered in wrinkles. Moreover, there were strands of dark aura faintly seeping out from this aged face. It looked exceptionally strange and terrifying. Poison. Looking at the strands of black chi on the stooped old man's face, Zhuowen's pupils shrank, and he whispered in surprise. "Hee hee. Sit." The hunchbacked old man waved his sleeve. Immediately, a stone table and two stone stools appeared in front of him. He leisurely sat on one of the stone stools. His right hand pointed at the stone stools opposite him as he spoke to Zhuowen. Although his heart was filled with doubt, Zhuowen still followed the stooped old man's instructions and sat opposite him. His eyes were rather cautious as he stared at the stooped old man and asked softly, "Senior is?" When Zhuowen said this, he realized that he didn't know how to address the stooped old man in front of him. "Hee hee. You can call me Old Mo. How should I address you, little friend?" Old Mo coughed lightly and smiled at Zhuowen. "Zhuowen." Zhuowen did not hide his name and calmly said. The stooped old man in front of him seemed to be trapped in the pool of blood as well. However, he did not know who this person was. Could it be that he was related to the storage disk? Zhuowen. Not a bad name. Old Mo praised and then went silent for a while, as if he was thinking about something. After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Did you obtain the demon battle chi and demon battle art from the 2 statues in the treasure pavilion?" Hearing this, Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he stared at old Mo. Zhuowen's heart was filled with doubts. He did not expect that this old man would know the location of the demon battle chi and demon battle art. Could it be that these 2 items were placed in the treasure pavilion by this old man? Then who was this old man? There's no need to be too surprised. Just as you thought, the demon battle chi and the demon battle art were placed in the 2 demonic statues at the entrance of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. Elder Hiroshi admitted it openly. Then, who are you? Why would it exist in this sacrificial blood pool? Zhuowen frowned slightly and asked Old Mo. Old Mo smiled as a chilling light flowed out of his eyes. Because someone wants to use this sacrificial blood pool to completely refine me and take my power for their own. This sacrificial blood pool has existed here for nearly 100 years. It has existed for nearly 100 years. Could it be that Elder has also been trapped at the bottom of this blood pool for nearly 100 years? Zhuowen's eyes were startled as he asked in surprise. Yes. The original purpose of this sacrificial blood pool was to refine this old man. However, you suddenly barged into this blood pool. In addition, you have the aura of the supreme demonic chi on your body, so this old man pulled you here. Elder Mo nodded. Hearing this, Zhuowen frowned slightly. Soon after, he asked, "Elder, the one who built this sacrificial blood pool is the demon lord's remnant soul. Do you have any way to escape from this blood pool?" You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.